Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held live and in person at Kulana OED Multipurpose Complex in Kalamo, Molokai, via virtual interactive conference technology. I'm William Milo Jr., Chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, and today's date is Tuesday, April the 19th, 2022, and the time is now 9:35 a.m. The commission will recess at around noon for 30 minutes for lunch and to convene an executive session for an additional 30 minutes. We will start off this morning with
Roll call.
roll call.
Commissioner Wu. Commissioner Helm.
Here.
Commissioner Ka'apu. Commissioner Kalekini. Commissioner Kaupu.
Here.
Commissioner Namu'o. Here. Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya. Here. And Chair Ila.
Present.
9 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay. Mahalo nui. Let's see. Okay.
Public, okay.
Okay. Good morning. We'll start with public testimony. First up is Kaleo Cullen. Oh,
In here.
not in yet.
Okay, that's okay. We will,
We'll come back.
yeah. Charity, but she's not on either.
Okay, we'll come back to Charity. Malia Greeny. Lomai Kako.
I'm here to talk to you about the topic that I come before you the last time. The Ulupono Homestead water improvement system. That's an issue that's been going on from my homestead. The construction team entered my homestead without prior notice, right? This is, I think you probably remember. So that's how it started. And then since that time, I was asking for something to be put in writing about the work that would be done on the homestead as the work was continued on the project. And then it got to the point, actually I had written letters right before it was getting to the point where they were going to start the paving of the road through. And again, I'd like to say it is covering over an acre of the property. What is planned. And this homestead has been in my family since the 1930s with my grandmother and then my mother and then myself. And prior to that, my grandmother was right down here as a very first project homesteader. She was awarded and our family still has this one in my auntie's name. The point is also, I'm trying to say that my grandfather also was 30 years working here at DHHL on Molokai as a manager. Our family is very, very closely over this whole near a century aligned with the Department of Hawaiian Homes, the Hawaiian Homestead Act, and the things that it's done for my family. And I hold no ill will. I just feel that, I mean, I know that there should be that communication and that hand-in-hand work with the commission and the decision-making bodies with the homesteaders. And that as homesteaders, I believe each one of you would agree. I know you would agree and feel the same if it was your homestead or any other homesteads that work was planned on. So I just will review really quickly the timeline of what's happened. So that was over a year ago in March, that we saw that mid-March. And then I communicated regularly, at least once a month. And then during the summertime, after a site visit by the Maui County head, I had been granted a couple of improvements to the homestead. I guess it was in exchange or to help, what did you say? Mitigate the side effects, something to that effect, adverse effects on my homestead based on this project. And there were many, many legal concerns from the time it was entered, state requirements, and also dirt being taken off, many tons of dirt being removed from the homestead from state land and moved to private lands against my objection, which continued. Removal of artifacts, because this is right below Naiva, and I know everyone recognizes how important makahiki is to our people historically, and these lands have been impacted as my homestead, and I did hear that artifacts were removed, and originally there had been no published or printed or posted environmental impact on the homestead where this road is. So there's been a number of concerns ongoing. And then, as you know, I wrote letters to you all and then testified many months ago. After that, I did have a meeting with Chairman Ayla. We met, and then certain things were promised to me that those things which had been rescinded would be done for my homestead, regarding the meter and the brush cutting, that those would be done. We talked about some other things as well. And I was told at that time to put the request in writing. So this was back, I guess, well, it was December where we met in November. Towards the end, the reply from DHHL at the time was on December 6th, was that it was going to be reviewed. And then when we followed up, we gave a long time considering it was over the holidays. So in February, we said, receive that response. And then at that time we were told, the end of March, you'll receive a response by the end of March. And so we didn't receive one still. So now here we are in the middle of April, still in the same situation. And I know the project itself has continued to progress at other sites. Originally, when we had that concern, and I was honestly, the fact that I was standing in front of two separate semi-trucks coming at me on my homestead, and which halted the paving at that time. But I think that really expresses how serious this is to me and how much I love this homestead and how much I'm willing to do. In addition to the fact that I've been coming before, emailing, asking every level from the ground crew, Molokai, Maui County, going up the ladder to you guys. And I don't know what to do at this point. We've met, that was all good faith. The last time that we met Chairman Ayla in 2021, that too was in good faith, trying to work out a solution. And that's all I'm asking. Could I please at least begin by receiving the things that I had been granted in past summer, and then have been taken away when I, reported things that were not right that were going on. Okay. And I think that's the best place to start and follow through on the word that was given coming up on a year in June.
So Malia, I'll respond and real quickly. The reason that there's these additional delays is we have differences of opinion about what the lease says. We're doing the additional due diligence that you had requested for some things to occur. We're in the final stages of drafting, so a number of people are looking over at the draft response to you. I will tell you that your attorney basically told us in an email, don't waste this time with a letter. So we're still planning to send you the letter because that's what we're supposed to do. And then you and your attorney are going to have to figure out what your next step is.
Okay. could I ask you please what it is that there's a disagreement in the lease that's holding things up or that's requiring additional?
That will be clear in the letter. So I can't just divulge it now because
It's in my, if
we're
it's
under
in my
threat.
lease.
We're under threat from your attorney, so.
No, I haven't threatened any legal action.
He's expressed to us to not waste his time anymore, that he's going to file a lawsuit. So once I hear that, then I'm very selective at what I say in a public meeting. So I'm responding to you by saying, we are in the final stages of that letter. We will get it to you. And then you will likely meet with him and then make a choice whether to proceed with any kind of legal action or not, or to accept what we're proposing as a reasonable solution.
Okay, in response to that, I haven't decided to file any legal action, and that's why I'm here again, to avoid that.
Okay.
I know that's so unnecessary, and so what I've asked is, I've showed good faith for over a year. Okay, could I please see the good faith minimally of what even you, Chairman Isla, said would happen at our meeting in November?
There are things that we can agree to. There are some things that we cannot agree to. So that will be spelled out in the letter that will come to you. And then you will have to make a choice.
What I was asked to do following by you after that meeting, in the meeting, if you'll recall, you said, sure, I can do that. And I can also do a third thing, right? And then put your request in writing, right? So that was a request. I wasn't demanding all of these things. That to me was where you begin your conversation, and then you begin, in my opinion, the good faith is to follow through on the word which was given from summertime. I'm not filing any legal action. I haven't filed any legal action. That's why I'm here again, to plead with you to please.
Very shortly, we'll finalize the letter and we will get it to you.
Okay, I was told that I would receive the letter by the end of March, and that was 2 months after.
And then there were other things that came up that needed additional discussion with our staff in terms of what's possible from a water standpoint with the things that you requested. So just ask you to be a little bit more patient. We're about to finalize that letter and we'll get it to you.
Okay, could I please have a date of when that letter is expected?
I think we're very close. I would say we can get it out in the next week or so. Okay.
The next week or so. And
Next week or so, we'll get it out to you.
okay, respectfully, may I ask that if the letter doesn't come, or at least it isn't granted, the things that were already told to me that I would receive, can I at least get agreement that those things will be provided, since that was from your word of what was told to me? Well, minimally, will these things come to me?
The things that we said in that meeting that we could agree to, that'll be in the letter that we can agree to. The things that we could not agree to, that'll be spelled out in the letter.
Okay, I think I should express, and maybe I should send the photos, the other additional things that I've asked for are related to the road, not so much for me, is to address the erosion, because there was an environmental impact since the rains have come. There's huge erosion that's taking place. And the way my homestead is, the road's going up.
Yes.
And then there's a slope
You
before
certainly,
it gets to the fee simple property, right? So it goes, so all the water's been pouring down and then eroding and taking the state dirt basically onto the private property, like creating big. And I had spoken to the SSFM manager if there was anything planned for drainage to address that situation. And they said, no, it's going to go off to the side, but that's where it's been going, is off to the side. So so one of those that related to what seems to me like was probably the biggest ask related to the water is not truly, it's something that needs to be done for that purpose. I can send pictures.
so
if that
yes,
would be
I'd be happy to receive the photographs that you're offering to send. We will run it past our engineers. And then I can't comment on what will happen post that receipt of the photographs. I can't speak on behalf of the engineers because they haven't seen it now. Okay, yes, certainly send it to us.
Okay, I'm just so hesitant. I think you can understand my hesitation when it's been over a year already, so I'm trusting that I'll receive an answer within a week or so, maybe that's 2 weeks or thereabouts. And then, like I said, my intention is not to go to court. Okay, I love what the HHL, what it's about, what it's supposed to be about is taking care of homesteaders. Okay, so I just want that to be clear. I'm not trying to sue, trying to make it to court. I mean, that would be very unfortunate and unnecessary if it gets to that point. Okay.
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 Thank you.
What I'm saying is I'm still trusting you guys and trying. Hopefully next time I come in front of you, it'll be something very positive. That's some other project. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
Mahalo Malia. Leimana Naki.
Mana, hey.
That's okay. We'll come back. We'll come back. Let's go. Is Colin?
No, he is not in, so chair.
Shan,
Okay, he come.
No,
Shanti?
Charity
Not
is
yet.
in.
Charity's not yet.
So if we get one of them,
Yeah. Okay. Aloha.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Aloha kakayaka.
Wow.
You have a question? It's really pertaining to using Wallapu as a foundation, but it represents all of us. This is under statutes and ordinance of this government. When I was little, it's to stand like all the children and say this important. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It is important for this committee to understand that that was the foundation that was brought to these islands. Even at that point of that justice being here, 1893 is the representation of that injustice of that pledge allegiance. So where are we as a Kanaka Maoli? What is our ordinance and statutes? Before I go, just one of you can answer. Please, what is the statute and the ordinance? Just one.
Can you be a little bit more specific? Like, are you asking about a specific
Well,
statute?
there are rules and regulations here. When people are testifying, they are coming to say, okay, I got a house. And what comes with the house? These are the rules and regulations. The planning to go and build these houses here in Naiva. It's a traditional land. It's an ag land, yes, but it's the Makahiki grounds. And so there are burials such as that. What are the rules for these burials? So this ordinance and statutes represents that. So just for you, in your mind, what is your statute and ordinance?
Okay.
Or are there any
So,
ordinance and statute
okay.
that the DHHL?
Okay, so I understand a little bit clear now. So with regards to Naiva or Ulupono, the department goes through a chapter 343 analysis. Within that analysis comes further analysis of Kapa'akai compliance with SHPD rules and regulations, the burial issues and things like that. So we are required to comply with chapter 343, and then there are laws that follow 343 that fold up into the environmental assessment.
Thank you. So yesterday, giving you the East End policy. The East End policy is such as that, the ordinance and statute of the Kanaka Maoli people, because it comes from the community there. That's the same as you, the rules, yeah? The definition is the same. The only difference, you got numbers. The article dash HR, so and so and so. But we are plain and simple, because this is our understanding. We know we need to work the lo'i. We know we need to work the fish, the local ia. We know we need to malama our EV. That's our ordinance. So you will say, okay, Mr. Naki, can you give me one or two ordinance and statute? Ask me the question.
So the ordinance that you're referring to, which I
Ask me
believe,
the question, Naki. What is, go ahead.
so is a county ordinance. It's not a state ordinance. What I believe you're referring to is it's an agreement between Maui County and the citizens of East Hawaii. So we were not aware of that. We're now taking that into consideration
Well, thank you.
in terms of holding a meeting out in the community, live meeting, face to face. So that is our response.
I like that. Thank you. Wow, what a beginning. So here we go. This meeting that has been held, anything to be concerned with the East End Manae will be held at the East End Community Center, because that's what it was about and is from that day into now. Any meetings, it doesn't go to Manaloa, it doesn't go to Ho'olihua, and it doesn't come here or at the Kanakakai Center. It goes to our East End, because in the policy, for work this policy, the recommendation and the solution was that East End Community Center was to be built. Upon that being built, it was one of the, you heard it yesterday in Nehine, and also the fire department having that. There was three things that's very important, but they put in wave crest. This is a condominium. And that was, you know, discussable, but it was 2 stories high and not 3. But they came out of that. However, it is what it is. But this was important. So, ordinance and statute, what are they for the Kanaka? When we get pilikia, what is the Hawaiian word? It starts with H. Ho'oponopono. Bingo. When the people have pilikia, where also they go? The city of refuge. They have it here. Mainly on the historical sites, it speaks about that. See? So our people had those ordinances and had those statutes. It was set. Yeah? So the statute and the ordinance of this foundation of America, bringing it to Hawaii, is here. It came from the Bible, the Bible. Here we go. The first 5. What is the 10 Commandments? What is the next 5, 6 to 10? And this, we just open with prayer. That's the number 1 of the foundation of the United States of America. It is important, sir. I'm glad to let you have me to listen. The ordinance and statute is important for our people, because we believe in him. He's the one that provides. Every water that everyone is drinking comes from the north, Ko'olau.
So public testimony, I'm going to ask you to start wrapping up, but I will
Yeah,
acknowledge.
I'm going to wrap this up.
Okay.
Just give you about 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so, it is important to us. That's the definition that we are a Kanaka Maoli. Not just in Hawaiian. What is the definition of a Hawaiian? After the fact. The koko is important, the blood in us is important. It represents our Queen Lilo Kalani and all our ali'is. So for me, the statute of limitation, it goes forever. Last and at least, the statute is 6 to 10. It speaks about being neighbor. How do we handle each other as neighbors? Here we are humanitarian. That's what we are. When Pali speak yesterday, he speaks about respect. You must have respect for the people, or where we come from. That's the importance of this DHHL, respect. Last but not least, in our Eastern policy, it does not mention DHHL in there. Look at it carefully, look at it real good. Eventually, your folks are in here. But you must come to the community center, and I hope to see you, Mr. Ayla, and all of you. And they will have this in a newspaper, wherever it is. But have your meetings, our meeting at the East End Community Center. Thank you.
Mahalo. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, concludes public testimony. We're now going into the J agenda. Okay, we're gonna take a slight detour from the J agenda because we have G7 that needs to, G6 and G7 that has time constraints. So you want to do, I'm sorry, Andrew, G6, G7, G6. Then we'll do J agenda. Uh-oh. Time out. Okay, so now we start keeping time, right? We have 15 minutes to get it back up. Okay. We do now. Okay, give us a couple more minutes to bring it back up. Got to get our other commissioners back in.
Eggplant.
Technology is great when it works. How's that on Fama? Bring the thumb drive. Glenn, I'm impressed because I don't know of many farmers who carry thumb drives with them.
He told me to bring it.
Well, Commissioners, apologies for the delay. Item G6 for information only. Status update on the DHL statewide agriculture program plan and pilot education program. Over the last several years, the planning office has been in the process of developing an agricultural program plan across the state in order to mobilize programmatic supports, services, and partners in order to cultivate more successful native Hawaiian farmers on Hawaiian homelands. DHL has partnered with the University of Hawaii College of Tropical Agriculture and Human Resources to provide its technical expertise in the development of this plan. DHL has been fortunate to have been working with veteran CTAR staff and longtime Molokai homesteader Glenn Teves on this program plan. So without further ado, I'd like to pass it to Glenn Teves, who will walk us through the update.
Hello, Mike Kako. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing us to share this with you. This is a new land designation, subsistence agriculture. And I've been working with the University of Hawaii for the last 40 years on Molokai. I'm also a Holiwa homestead farmer. I started this job the same year as Stuart started Hawaiian Homes. And, so that's kind of a long time already. Stuart was an agriculture specialist at that time. Then he moved into plant communities next. I think this is a really important direction that we go into, especially in light of the fact that most homesteaders are on the waiting list now, entering on the land, are 65 years old. And in farming, you really got to start when you're young. I've been working with homesteaders now for 40 years. We had gardening programs, Native Hawaiian beginning farmer programs. It's interesting because a lot of the ones who are farming come from families that are farming in the beginning. Next. So the purpose of this program is to expedite the award of lots to Native Hawaiian families. At 128,000 on the waiting list, you're talking about, assuming a family of 5, you're talking about 140,000 Hawaiians. We need to look at ways to move them on the land and not get caught up with all the permitting processes, the procurement, and the infrastructure costs. And this is one way of dealing with it, to look at minimal infrastructure costs, such as maybe roads or even electricity, impose minimal conditions for occupation. You don't have to qualify for a house loan. It will allow homesteaders to move on the land, to grow their family and to grow food. And if they choose to build a house, they can, but you're not putting conditions on them. Next. So this new direction is anchored in the Hawaiian Homes Act as it relates to self-sufficiency, self-determination, and preservation of values and traditions and culture. I cannot believe how many calls I get every week from different islands looking for taro huli. It's amazing. You know, everybody wants to grow taro right now. I think what happened was COVID made it happen. All of a sudden, everybody knows that if anything should happen in Hawaii, the one thing that will prevent us from surviving are the starches. The starches are where you get your energy. If you don't eat starch, you don't have any energy. So it's really important. Next. So as homesteaders, we stand on the shoulders of those who came before us. This is a picture of Holiwa homesteaders. Next. This is my wife's family. There were some of them that actually saved the act. Prior to this, the act was an experiment. When the Department of the Interior came over, Governor Barrington came over and he saw the crops, then he knew, okay, the act is a success, and it continued. So Molokai has a lot of roots to this whole issue. Next. They also brought with them their seeds, their taro huli. This is one of them, akakai, which we still grow in Holiwa. Next. So the whole plan for this program is Aina Ho'opulupula. And my interpretation of Aina Ho'opulupula is to grow the land and to grow the family together. So it's not only plants, it's people, families, okay? So the plan for this program is to increase Native Hawaiian families' knowledge in better utilizing their homestead for subsistence activities as the first step. Some of them will move beyond subsistence, some of them will stay there. The two words found in the act are subsistence and agriculture, and I look at them equally. Next. So the program will target these three groups. One is those about to receive lots. So in the case of Honolulu or those small lots in Panaeva, we'll be targeting them to help them adjust to their land, okay? Families on the waiting list to prepare them to receive a subsistence homestead, to be able to prepare them before they get on the land. And I think these are real important aspects because in some of these areas, you're creating a community where none existed. So you have to help them create this community. They need to understand what is important, what are the steps, coming together as one big family. and also in helping existing homestead families with agricultural lots interested in both subsistence and commercial farming. I know there's been a lot of talk about we need to get people, we need to make them farm. You cannot force anybody to farm. It's an economic decision that they need to make. They need to have markets, they need to have water. I know the administrative rules talks about 2/3 cultivation. If we farm 2/3 of our land in Ulupono, we wouldn't have enough water. That's about 4,000 acres, and we have enough water for maybe 2,000 acres. Okay, next. It's important for homesteaders to get on the land when they're young, so they can start farming at an early age. They can grow their families, grow the land. To get on the land is at 65 years old is a hard pill to swallow. Okay. Next. For many, we've done gardening programs, and they get so excited. Like this lady, Diana Kaimikawa, never farmed before. And she goes, is this how it looks? I said, yeah, that's how it looks. Next. So there's a continuum of farming skills that we work on, starting with the home gardener. So they learn how to grow their food, they grow their flowers, they grow their laulapau, they grow all the different crops in their yard. And we have a lot of this in Ulupono. As they advance, they become master gardeners. They can they grow for their family, but they also sell. We kind of in that category. We grow a lot of our food, but we also sell the excess. And then we have the commercial farmers that just grow for sale mostly. And a lot of them don't actually grow for a garden. Next. So different islands can grow different crops. Not every island can grow all the different crops. This is Ulupono. We grow a lot of organic papaya shipped out to the mainland through Whole Foods. You would have a hard time growing papaya in Honolulu with 350 inches of rain. Just to put that into perspective, Hilo is 250 inches, Manoa is 125, and the wettest place on earth, Waialeale, is 500 inches. At 350 inches a year, each 1 acre lot will have 9 million gallons of water a year. Maybe great for bottling water, but little else. Okay? If you don't know how to open your land, the whole area is going to get washed away. So you really need to look at how you proceed. Also, the soil is very different from any place in the islands. It's lacking in this one vital nutrient called phosphorus. I can put 200 pounds of phosphorus on my land and everything grows well. Honolulu, you got to put 1,800 pounds of phosphorus. And if you don't know this, you're not going to be able to grow stuff. So these are some of the idiosyncrasies of some of the different areas of Hawaiian homelands. Next. So this is organic papaya in Ulupono right now. Next. So in farming, you need certain pieces of the puzzle. And we talk about the law of the minimum. The law of the minimum is whatever is the one limiting factor limits all your production. So say you have a lot of crops in Ulupono, but you only have a canoe to take it to Honolulu. You only can take one canoe load. You cannot take any more than what you have. So these are some of the limiting factors. And now with the cost of transportation that went up 50%, the cost of transportation, bringing in supplies from the mainland just skyrocketed. The stuff coming out of China, 300% increase in freight costs. So all these things are going to affect our ability to have food, to have fertilizer, and all the other things that we require to live on this island. So these are some of the factors we need to address when farming in production. For the subsistence farmer, it's just less land, water, education are some of the start. Capital becomes very important for commercial farmers and maybe not so much for subsistence. Next. So see, these are some of the skills I think are important as they enter the land. The most important is understanding the Hawaiian Homes Act and their kuleana. Even today, I have people telling me, oh, I'm waiting for Hawaiian Homes to come help me farm. I said, brother, you don't wait for nobody. You just farm. You put your head down and you stick stuff in the ground. Okay. Envisioning and planning your homestead is really important, especially in areas of high rainfall. You cannot go in and clear cut the land. The soil is just going to wash away, especially in the slopey areas. Learn to manage your land and the soil. For some areas, the dry areas such as Pulehonui, and more dry, Honokawai, will require water distribution. And the farmers have to be able to manage the water on their farm as well. For some areas off the grid, they need to look at alternative energy. And then the gardening skills. I think now with the subsistence initiative, we really need to look at other skills beside gardening, such as basic carpentry, looking at how to hook up alternative energy, the waste management, which we talked about last night. These are some of the subsistence skills that they need to do. You have other stuff like hunting and drying meat and all this other stuff, all related to subsistence. Next. So on a good day in Holihua, we can harvest all this kind of stuff. We have good weather. However, the last 3 months from January to March, we had no rain. Really cold weather, the insects went berserk. And we're still dealing with a lot of insect problems in Holihua right now. Next. So benefits of growing a garden. I think we almost ran out of food in COVID. We got really close. Some families didn't have enough food. We need to look at food security seriously as homesteaders. Being able to have access to fresh, healthy food. If you look at the price of poi right now, it's crazy. I know somebody from Waianae told me they bought some one container of poi from Tamura's for $18. The one on Molokai is about 12. The price of people cannot afford to eat poi. You can feed maybe 1 or 2 people for 1 meal. You stuck with rice. Okay, so we need to kind of work on that. Family working together, really important. I think the family system is really under stress right now. You have broken families, you got drugs, you got abuse, you got all kinds of issues. Personal well-being is important. We were fortunate all through COVID to be able to at least walk around our homestead, and a lot of people were just stuck in 4 walls. Building homestead skills. One of the most important skills that I'm fortunate to come from a ranching family is the work ethic. You do not stop working when the sun goes down. You start working when the work is piled, you know. And passing the knowledge down to the next generation is important. And again, a lot of the homesteaders have learned from their parents and their grandparents and their great-grandparents and still practice a lot of these skills, especially like trying to figure out when it's going to rain. And I'd like to thank the homesteader, the commission for bringing the rain this morning to Olihua. We haven't had it in a long time. Next. So where does the food come from? This is a sign in one of the markets on Molokai. Okay, sorry, no produce. Our produce came in frozen. Okay, we depend on this barge to bring in our food every week. We have an average of 12 barge cancellations per year, or 1 barge cancellation a month. And what that means is you might not have milk, you might not have diapers, and you might not have eggs. And it's serious. And you know, the thing that I worry about is people get used to that. And that's the worst thing that can happen. We cannot get used to that. We got to make sure that we have it. Now we have homesteaders and members of the community raising chickens. So we have a lot of eggs being sold on the island. The next objective we're looking at is actually raising chickens for meat. So these things all go towards food security. Next. So again, being able to produce food for their family, I think creates pride in the family, strengthens the family bonds, and keeps the kids busy. I came from a family of 6 boys, 2 sets of twins, and we had to work all day taking care of animals, but we still got in trouble, you know, so I don't know, we just have to work on it. Next. So the food part is really important for Hawaii, for Hawaiians. You know, we lost our connection to the land. We lost how to grow taro. We lost the sweet potato. We lost all these kind of things that we need to bring back. And being able to overcome dependence on high fat, high salt, and high sugar foods to curb our main diseases is critical. About 3 years ago, my wife was involved in a survey of 100 homesteaders in Hollywood, looking at their food habits and what they ate. And a lot of them ate meat and processed meat and rice. That was their basic foods. And we see the results. You know, we have a lot of problems with health in the community. So these are some of the things that the vegetables will provide to us. Next. So this is Holy War grown meal, we really get happy when we get to grow everything that, we eat everything that we grow in our homestead. Next. So these are some of the gardening skills. There's many, but these are some of them. One is to plan for a regular supply of food. You know, you cannot just plant one time and everything will be okay, right, Zach? Being able to plant and steady and keeping up with the insects and what have you, you know. So these are some of the things that we need to learn. We have a pretty good track record in Holy War of how to do some of these things, especially how to manage our soils. More and more homesteaders are looking at farming structures to be able to control insects and be able to grow year round. The other important area is being able to harvest, process, and preserve our products. For lunch, I brought some pickles for you folks. We made 4 different kinds of pickles, so folks can try them out, give me some feedback so I can improve my product. Also, I spent a lot of time on seed saving, developing new varieties for Holy War. Different varieties of vegetables, tomatoes, lettuce, squashes. We have a special kind of climate and we need to develop new varieties for our climate. Next. And some of these basic skills are really important, like how to grow seeds, how to grow pula. We assume that all homesteaders know this, but they don't. When pineapple came in, they lost their connection to the land a lot of times. And a lot of them are just starting to learn these skills again. Next. We teach them how to do potting mixes, how to do seedlings, how to grow different potting mixes for different kind of crops. These are all like refinement of subsistence skills and farming skills. Next. For some areas, such as Puleo Nui again in Honokawai, they need to put in irrigation. You need to learn how to put in drip irrigation and install, and a lot of the homesteaders went through training in this area as well. Next. You want to be able to, you want them to have first-time success. If they don't have first-time success, a lot of them will not continue. So you get them to grow an easy crop like radishes. The kids get all excited about being able to harvest this crop in 1 month. So there's skills that, there's ways of teaching how to farm. Okay, next. Eggplant, we have a lot of good varieties developed in Hawaii that we grow, and for some reason, we love to eat Filipino food on Molokai, and I'm one of them. My son can eat them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Next. We just harvesting onions right now. We had a dry winter. We're fortunate. A lot of times we lose all the onions from the rain. So we've been a fortunate year to grow onions. Next. It's important to know the good insects from the bad insects. You're not killing the good insects. And a lot of people don't know the difference and they kill the good guys. Next. Also to know the bad guys. We have big problems with rose beetles, and I see them just coming on this year now, attacking all the different crops. So being able to learn how to control them, we found a way of controlling this with those night lights. We put a red cellophane from those Easter baskets over it. We put a bowl with soapy water. They hit the light and they fall into the basket and kill them. And the guys are using this for cacao production on the North Shore of Oahu, using that same system. Next. Identifying the different diseases and viruses so you can nip it at the bud, catch them early, and be able to cull the plants and keep the viruses under control. Next. It's important for them to learn the different growth cycles of the crop. I still remember my son when he was young, he would plant huli, and the next day pulling them out of the ground. And I told him, brother, no, it doesn't grow that fast. It takes a while. So being able to learn, and this is important because a lot of people call me up and say, oh, my tower ready, but the thing is 6 feet. I said, no, you got to wait for the thing drop all the way back down before the tower is ready. So learning these basic skills is really important to assure success. Next. This is the #1 problem in Holy War, weeds, and they can get away from you real easy. This field, we almost lost it. We just harvested the tower and let the weeds go, but you cannot control weeds, you cannot farm. You have to have a vengeance for weeds. Next. And taro, you cannot go down the supermarket and buy huli. You have to grow your own huli. So what we do is we save all the little pieces, all the little oha, throw them in a roll, cover them, and we can grow huli and we can plant at any time. Otherwise, you're only planting when you're harvesting, and that's once every 9 months. So you can just plant huli, dig them out, you can harvest the leaf when you want to, and then you take the huli and you put them in the next row. So it's real important. And I remember teaching some homesteaders, said, you do not harvest taro unless you have some place to put them in the ground, or else you're going to waste all the huli. You're going to keep them in a bucket and they're going to all die. So you need to prepare an area before you plant, before you harvest. Okay, next. This is Pico Ula Ula that grows really well in Hollywood, makes really on point. Next. And you can mix all different varieties of taro to make whatever poi you want, whatever taste you want. Okay, next. And you got your spinach right here. And we don't grow enough leaf on Molokai to supply all the demands for the island. So we need to do more of this. Next. And what is better with poi than lau lau? Okay, next. And kololo. And we have at least 3 homesteaders that make kololo on a regular basis, and we always have access to kololo. Next. We also have really good honey on the island. Molokai is world renowned for its honey. This is a homesteader that raises bees down in Pala'au. And this honey won 2 major awards on the Big Island, the Hawaii Natural Honey Competition for the best honey, and the People's Choice Awards for the best honey. There's also a golden honey that we have from Mangrove, Kukunau, beautiful golden honey from the same area, Pala'au. Next. Many of the families have been growing la'au for generations, and they still do. These are just 2 examples, Mamaki and Olena. Okay, next. So the important next step, this is if you remember anything, just remember this slide. Okay, Hawaiian Homes needs to hire an agriculture specialist. This is from the Hawaiian Homes Act. And this person is not to provide technical assistance, but to coordinate technical assistance by contracting service providers. And also there's a lot of federal grants in which Hawaiian Homes would have first dibs on. We have nobody coordinating this area. We cannot put this responsibility on an existing employee because this is more than a full plate. Okay. The other thing is to look at creating demonstration sites on the different new homesteads. So Puleo Nui, Honokawai, Waiuhino, Anahola. These are some, I guess that upper Anahola. This will be a way to transfer the technology to the homesteaders as they get on the land, and also in increasing pula, whether it's tea leaf, taro huli, sweet potato lau, all these different materials for them to take onto their land. And the other thing we're looking at right now is to initiate a pilot educational program for Honolulu for the next 6 months until I retire in December. Okay. So this is, the next, one more slide. Okay. And this is what it's all about. Aina Pula Pula. Be able to make our lands fruitful so that we can make our people fruitful. Mahalo.
Thank you, Len. Commissioners, questions?
I have a question there. Glenn, are you taking this program to the high school by any chance and working with the younger generation?
We have a position in our office that just got funded. It's called the Farm to School program. We had Marshall Joy working with us for a while. He went back to the schools. We're trying to pull him back, but what this individual does is they go into the schools, help them set up their gardens, and then have educational programs for the kids. We also work with the high school. They have a big garden, but that is a critical piece of this whole thing. We need to institutionalize agriculture and homesteading from the elementary, middle school, and high school. So when they graduate from school, they know. I mean, some of the kids in Hollywood, they know. You know, they've been growing food all their life. It's second nature to them, but not all of them. So we need to work on that. I agree.
I just want to say it was an excellent presentation. So there's a lot of good educational information for our people on Molokai that you've presented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mahalo, Zach. Mike?
Mahalo, Glenn, for the presentation, very informative. I wanted to ask maybe Andrew or you, Chair. So it was mentioned about doing a pilot education program and the consideration at Honolulu. Does the department have plans to do that?
Yes, we do have plans to do that. We need to work with our other divisions, contact and award divisions and our Homestead Services division to coordinate the timing of when we will be selecting new awardees and then working with those new lessees to provide the educational programs. So,
are we considering like a full-time employee or a contract help?
currently, we have one, well, we have vacancies across the department and it's in the planning office. We do have a vacant position that is slated for this ag program specialist. What we do not have at the current time is funding from the legislature to fill the position. So once we receive that funding from the legislature to fill the position, it's one of our priorities to hire into that position.
Is that what Stuart started off as? All right.
I think Stuart can handle that job on top of his job. Yeah, he's Superman.
Andrew, we also have access to an extension agent in Hilo.
Yes, we also have access to an extension agent in Hilo. We also have an agreement with CTAR for an extension agent in Molokai, which CTAR is currently going through the process of hiring.
So, Chair, having said that, then we have a plan to inform the folks that are going to be interested in subsistence ag at Honolulu about all these resources.
Yes, in Honolulu, because we have the ability to plan out as part of the orientation, we plan to implement some of the education and then introduce the extension agent as, okay, this is, once you get the concept, if you need any further coordination, technical assistance, here's the person that you can go to for now, until we get our own
Okay, so
funded.
we could
position.
use the same resources for the Panaeva subsistence.
Yes. We found out that there has to be some, you got to plant the seed early, right?
And as Glenn mentioned, every area is unique, has unique characteristics that we'll have to tailor these educational programs to. But underlying that, I think there are some basic curriculum that we can start to develop that may be applicable to different areas. But as we work with individual communities, we will have to tweak them specifically for that specific region.
Dennis?
Yeah, Glenn, thank you for your presentation. Nice to meet you finally. The pandemic brings out a lot of things. And my wife and I started growing taro last year and fought the weeds, kept reading your information, saying which way we're going. Last year, we had about 3,000 plants in. And a lot of help from the community. This year we were up about 3,000. We'll be pulling starting next week. We make poi twice a week and we deliver to community. So it's hard to get the young guys out, but we have a lot of kids that come out and we have the missionaries that come out and help. So, and we deliver poi to all of our kupunas and those that need it and we charge $4 a pound. So it's not for commercial, it's for our families. And we need this in Honolulu as well. We have a lot of farm lots that are not being used. I have a third-party agreement with a cousin, and actually Makaiwi is my wife's family. But so my plan as commissioner is to try to get our community through our nonprofit to start that process. But I'd love to see you do a presentation in Honolulu for our gang. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So see, Glenn, it does work. Randy?
Glenn, mahalo, that was really inspiring, very amazing presentation. Thank you. So my question for the chair or Andrew is, this kind of mana'o is applicable not just to newly developed ag lots, but it's also useful to existing lessees who have, because like master gardening in residential areas, I think if beneficiaries had the knowledge, they would work their residential lots in ways that they're not currently doing so. But also some of the ag lots that we currently have where people could also use this kind of technical expertise. So my question to the department is, do we have any plans to provide resources to existing lessees as well in the form of program resources, et cetera? That's my question.
Currently, we do provide technical assistance. As we previously mentioned, we do have a CTAR extension agent that services White Island. We also are in the process of getting a CTAR agent to assist on Molokai. We would need to look at budget, to increase budget to provide technical assistance to the other islands that currently don't have a CTAR agent. Annually, we request $300,000 a year in the department's budget for this technical assistance. So that covers one extension agent on an island for 2 years. So every year we ask either for Hawaii Island or Molokai. So if we were to expand to other islands, we would need to increase the amount.
Okay, so I'm going to ask for Maui because I didn't hear Maui in there, but
You guys get all the money.
yeah, but we need food. So short of having a CTAR rep, I guess this question goes to you, Glenn. Do you know what kind of resources are available for our lessees on Maui that we can direct them to?
Extension Service has agents on the island, get mean demands for the services right now. At one time, I used to go up to KOKL, maybe like once every 2 years and help. But I agree, we need help on Maui, especially if we're going to open up Honokawa and Pulehului.
Yeah.
And we want to be able to do that prior to them moving onto the land. So yeah, I think that might be a good idea to have somebody either to contract services or to have an individual. I would probably start with contract of services and have Extension Service provide certain programs that are identified by the homesteaders as needs.
Okay, thank you.
So Commissioner, the only thing I would add is as we get through the legislature and we see what our budget is, and then we get to the June sort of timeframe, maybe last parting shot for Commissioner Ka'apu. If it's so desired by the commissioners, we could take a look at increasing the budget if we have resources for exactly that.
I think that would be really good because, I mean, after listening to this presentation, a lot of what prevents, I think, our lessees from moving forward is not having the knowledge, soil management, pest management, that's like really important skill sets to have. Thank you.
Any other commissioners, questions?
Thank you.
Patty?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Aloha Molokai. Thank you, Mr. Tevis, for such a wonderful presentation. I got really hungry just watching that presentation. Your talent and your information is so valuable. And I speak for Oahu, the Wainaimoku, the Waimanalo Moku area, how agriculture and farming is so important. A lot of the commissioners did express a lot of interest. I will support their efforts. And I'd like to see the educational part tool be shared in our different mokus of making, helping people who have ag lots in our area, that it just doesn't sit still and stand still, but they need the background education, the tool, the knowledge of how they can use their property and the ag lots that they are on. if we didn't learn from 2020 and 2021 of food sustainability through COVID, then we lost it. I remember sitting with LG's office in Wainaimoku. He talked about food sustainability. At first, it was about housing. And through that, it kind of switched from housing and it went to food, how important food sustainability is important for our whole entire state of Hawaii. And so we, as a state, need to be prepared. This program and your knowledge that can share around the state of Hawaii wide is so vital and important now that this commission should stand up, rise up to obtain more budget into this program. Food sustainability is so important through this whole COVID times of 2 years. As a food distributor of Hawaii Food Bank through our Moku, I distribute food even to present in communities, and I saw the need of food, the vegetables, working with the Farm Bureau associations, working with Hawaii Food Bank, going into communities and distributing food to over 600 vehicles that wait 4 o'clock in the morning. Can you imagine? And that's for real. And so, thank you so much. It just meant a lot going through the what you call this information plat, but just looking at what you shared, it really touched my heart for my area of Oahu in our mokus. And I look forward, Andrew, to supporting this effort and moving forward to get food sustainability into all of our ag lots and the HHL land. So thank you so much. If you want to send some food back to the commissioners for Oahu commissioners that couldn't make it, mahalo, I'll take the honey and whatever. But thank you for your work, your hard work. I can see that, Mr. Tevis, in you. And I appreciate the sharing. I really do. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Teruya.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
David?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Glenn. Always appreciate hearing from you and watching. It is very exciting to watch that. And so the question is, being a CTAR agent, have you grown and raised your replacement?
No. That's the way the university system works is that when you get, when they retire, then they fill your position. We keep on telling them, hire them now so we can train them, we can groom them, and then, we can. And I told the homesteaders, when I retire, come bother me. And they said, no, we go in your house. I said, no, I'm gonna put on a chain at my door, in the front over there. But, I'm in a community, I'm not gonna get away. I'm gonna meet with them in the store and the service station. And, every day I'm getting questions. But my wife is getting really know-how when I gotta go in the store for one item and take me 15 minutes, so. But yeah, that's really important to have this continuity. And ideally, if we can find some homesteaders with the background, I have one I'm working on right now. If we can have that, then there's some continuity and they grounded in the act. That's the key, they grounded in the act.
Right. And so for the Big Island, I know we have Kirsten, right, as the CTAR agent, but does she do demonstration projects, or is that something that is that out of her expertise?
Pre-COVID, she used to do classes and demonstration projects, but during COVID, she had to rethink her method of delivering services because of the pandemic.
Yeah, because for Honomu, I think, just your knowledge of what it's going to take to amend the soil so that you can grow stuff, the demonstration projects, if they can do them, around, that really helps people understand kind of what they're up against, if that's what they want to do, because it's going to take some effort. 1,800 pounds, is that per acre?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's a real unique area that they need to know that, because otherwise they're not going to be able to grow crops.
Right.
But I agree. demonstration is the most important method that we use, and it's very amenable to the Hawaiian culture. They want to touch.
Right.
They want to touch. They want to feel. They don't want to sit in a class and look at pictures.
Right.
You know, and we get this debate all the time, but you want to be able to teach them the science as well as the art. You know, they want to be able to touch, but they got to understand why things happen so they can solve the problems. So we try to mix the two pieces together, the demonstration as well as the classes.
So how would the communities on the Big Island set something like this up? They reach out to Kirsten, or is it something beyond her?
We need to figure that one out, I think. I don't think we got it figured out right now, because say Waiohinu, okay, Waiohinu, they want to go onto the land right now. You have an association. We want to be able to help them right now before the water's going to start coming in, and they need to set up their water systems and everything like that. So you want to be able to get them before you go on the land. That's critical, I think.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
The challenge, David, is we don't know who we're gonna get because we go to the list, right?
Right.
But we can cast a broad net and see what happens. And if other beneficiaries gain knowledge.
Yeah,
and they don't-
it doesn't hurt, right?
Right.
Even if they don't get it.
So we cast away.
Yeah.
Mahalo. Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, Glenn, mahalo nui. Thank you. And Andrew,
Glenn.
thank you. G7.
Okay, we can do G7. Are they in the room?
I'm letting them in right now.
Okay. Oh, no, I just have expense, people assisting me, and I wanted to be respectful of their time. Oh, sorry, Cedric. Can you, well, yeah, that one. But there's a video.
Glenn,
Yeah, I'll introduce the item and then play the video.
Glenn need his UB. Thumb drive.
Okay, so commissioners, sorry, are they in the room?
They are. Seth has it.
Okay.
No, they're in.
Okay. Item G7 for information only, an anticipated finding of no significant impact for the Keokea Homestead Farm Lots Association Master Plan Draft Environmental Assessment in Keokea, Ahupua'a, Makavao on the island of Maui. The purpose of this informational briefing is to update the commission on the status of the draft environmental assessment for the Keokea Homestead Farm Lots Association's master plan and provide the commission an opportunity to provide comments on the draft environmental assessment prior to publication in the state's environmental review program's environmental notice bulletin in April 2022. With me today, I have Alika and Pi'ilani Akana, representing the Keokea Homestead Farm Lots Association. I also have with me today Vincent Shigekune from PBR Hawaii, who helped prepare the draft environmental assessment. So we'll play this short video to introduce you folks to Alika and their concept for what they would like to do with their parcel that they currently have a right of entry permit from the department.
Hello, Maikako. Owau Alika Akana. I'm a homesteader and a board member of the Keokea Homestead Association Farm Lots. On behalf of our president, Pikake Newhouse, the board, and our membership, I wish to present a 10-year vision plan. 10-year vision plan was put together with the mana'o and community meetings of our membership starting from 2015 and ending in 2019. The vision plan encompasses an area of 70 acres on the top of our subdivision, which is along Kula Highway, adjacent to Keokea Town and right below Kula Hospital. In that area, we hope to build a cultural, educational garden. We have native food plants and medicinal plants. Also, a separate building, we hope to build a health center where we can have services such as dental, health and nutritional, exercise, healthy living, possibly Ho'oponopono, all that kind of things in that building. Further on, we hope to build a community center, a hale ho'ohui, so to speak, where we can have events such as weddings, luau's, ho'ikes, with a amphitheater, so that we can get some revenue for our association. And then across from that, we have a hope to get, with funding again, preschool, a Hawaiian immersion preschool, interacting with also a kupuna center at the same time. And then again, with funding, hope to build a K through 8th grade school, Hawaiian immersion again, for our culture and education of our youth, to serve our growing communities of Waiahuli, Keokea, and Kaikinui. Finally, in the final phase, we hope to fence off the entire area and bring in native plants. We plant koa, koai'a, ohia, hapu, all those type of plants. And that is, in short, our 10-year vision plan. I hope you can support it. Thank you for your time. Mahalo kia kua. Ahui ho malama pono. Aloha.
Aloha mai kākou. Following the release of that video, the Keokea Homestead Association farm lot engaged a professional cost estimating firm to review its plan and provide a realistic cost estimate for each facility in today's dollars. This estimate provides the association with a more accurate view of what its fundraising requirements and efforts need to be, regardless of where its financial support may come from, whether it is public, private, or a combination of both. Subsequently, the association has contracted PBR Hawaii and Associates to commence with a state environmental assessment process, which welcomes and encourages public comment. Please mail your comments to Vincent Shigekune, PBR Hawaii, 1001 Bishop Street, Suites 650, Honolulu, Hawaii 96813. Also, please provide a return address so PBR Hawaii can mail you a written response. Finally, we want to express our sincere appreciation to DHHL, who provided the funding for planning and the environmental assessment to help bring the association's vision closer to reality. Mahalo and aloha.
Who will briefly go through the environmental assessment and its findings. Okay. Vincent, are you there?
Andrew, can you hear me? Andrew, can you hear me?
A little bit. Can you speak up a little bit louder?
Sure. Andrew, can you hear me? Is this better?
That's better. Thank you. And then we'll put the PowerPoint on the screen in a little bit.
you forward that letter. Thank you. And then we'll put the PowerPoint on the screen. in a little bit.
Okay, you can take it away, Vincent.
Thank you. Aloha Chair Ayla and commissioners and those present in the audience at Kulana OEV and online. Oh. Aloha Chair Ayla and commissioners and those present.
Oh, you have to turn off your YouTube live stream.
Oh.
It's a common error. Don't worry.
Turn off your YouTube live stream. It's a common error.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to present the environmental assessment and master plan for Keokea Homestead Farm Lots Association Master Plan. Next slide, please. The project is located along Kula Highway. Next slide, please. It consists of 2 parcels that is separated by Ka'amana Street. In the nearby is Kula Hospital, Grandma's Coffee's House, and Henry Fong General Store. Right there, up until COVID occurred, there was a Keokea farmers market on the property, and it's located near both the Keokea Ag Homestead and the Waiahuli Residential Homestead. Next slide, please. DHHL Maui Island Plan, the land use designation is general agriculture. Next slide. This shows a portion of the Keokea Waiahuli Long Range Conceptual Plan. The property is in a different orientation, but still it's along Kula Highway and it consists of 2 parcels. Next slide, please. So the background is in 2013, DHHL granted the Keokea Homestead Farm Lots Association a right of entry permit for use of the 69-acre project site. The right of entry allows the parcels to be used for agricultural, pastoral, limited commercial, and stewardship. Next slide, please. In 2016, the Keokea farmers submitted to DHHL a land use request for a long-term license and their 10-year vision for the 69-acre site, or the Keokea Master Plan 10-year. Next slide, please. So, the mission statement, the Keokea Homestead Farm Lots Association to direct the use of the 70+ acres located in the area along Kula Highway at the uppermost portion of the Keokea Hawaiian homelands farm lots for the benefit of lessees of the Keokea, Waiahuli, and Kahikinui homesteads. The lands would be used for cultural education center, native food and medicinal plant gardens, native healing center, police substation, KT immersion, school daycare, and Kupuna daycare, and a multi-purpose meeting entertainment complex. Next slide, please. So this graphic, I know it's going to be a little hard to see, but is there how they graphically thought all of the previous uses described would fit on the property. And all we did was to update that plan. It's our current plan, which I'm going to show later, is pretty much in line with this. Thank you. Next slide, please. While the Keokea Homestead Farm Lots Association had a plan, the beneficiaries were surveyed in 2020 to 2021 to confirm if any aspects of the plan needed to be updated. So we did a survey monkey survey, and we got some results that supported the production of the plan. Next slide, please. And then we helped the Keokea Homestead Farm Lots Association develop a website. It's actually called a story map. And in the story map, we had that video that you just showed of Alika Kana talking about the plan. And the story map also reproduced what Alika talked about and at a pace that people could review it. And then we included this survey. Thank you. Next slide, please. To support the preparation of the master plan and the EA, several technical studies were prepared, including archaeological literature review and field inspection, a cultural impact assessment, preliminary engineering and drainage report, a traffic impact analysis report, and a rough order of magnitude cost estimate. Next slide, please. So this is the plan. If you were to compare it to what the Keokea Homestead Farm Lots Association produced in 2016, 2019, it would be very similar. Just the yellow areas are proposed Malalani Garden. It's a ethnobotanical garden, maybe Lau Lapa'au plants, food crops. It would be used to help teach students about plants. In the green is a healing center. It could probably be developed in 2 phases. And it might have an office for a police substation. In the blue or purple, there's a K-6 immersion school, and then the play area. And then in the light blue, maybe pre-kindergarten immersion school and play area. In the pink is a kupuna center, maybe like a daycare center. In the red is outdoor amphitheater. And in the light green is a multi-purpose community center, for meetings, weddings, birthday parties, etc. There's parking provided for all of the facilities, so no one has to park along Kula Highway. And then across the street, across Ka'amana Street, is another parking lot that serves a healing center. And that could be an area where food trucks could be parked. So to continue that Keokea Homestead Farmers Market. Next slide, please. So this provides a rendering of the southern side of Ka'amana Street, and it shows the amphitheater, the community center, the K-6 immersion school, the pre-kindergarten immersion school, and the Kupuna Center. Next slide, please. This shows the healing center, which is on the other side, the north side of Ka'amana Street with the food trucks. And next slide shows the Kupuna Center next to the pre-K immersion school. Next slide, please. So in May 2020, during the beginning of COVID, PBR Hawaii was contracted to update the master plan and complete Chapter 343 environmental assessment. The environmental assessment is required because the project is located on state lands and may eventually involve state and county funding. Next slide, please. Next slide. We did the usual pre-assessment consultation, which included federal, state, and county agencies, but an extensive number of private organizations. Next slide, and then next slide. And then one more slide. The next steps, the draft EA will be submitted to the environmental review program for publication in the April 23rd issue of the environmental notice. This will start a 30-day public review period ending in May 23. All written responses will be sent to all written comments received during the public review period. and incorporate it into the final EA. And the final EA will be reviewed by the commission. I think that's the last slide. Next slide. Yeah, that's it. Mahalo nui. And I want to express my thanks to Pilani and Alika Akana, and to Julie and to Andrew for their help in preparing this plan. Mahalo nui.
Andrew, questions? Go ahead, Zachary.
Yeah, I got a question. Andrew, so the water that they're gonna have access to is county water for this particular project?
Currently, that is one of the options available.
Okay, and what is the other option?
The other option could be looking at potential possibility of the East Maui irrigation system, but we have to, as we go through the process, we'll have to narrow down what the options are.
Because the county does have different rates with agriculture rates, right? So
I think the issue is bringing the line closer to the homesteads. So seeking funding to bring the line closer to the homesteads.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other commissioners? Yeah, go ahead, Randy.
Good. So, Piilani, Alika, I'm not sure if you're on, but really nice job. I think the plan is well thought out, and I think everything that's being considered is going to be really beneficial for the community. The person who's speaking, I don't know, didn't get the name?
Vincent.
Vincent, so I have a copy of the draft EA. I haven't had a chance to go through it in great amount of detail, but I think I heard it mentioned earlier, the cost projections for the various phases being considered is really critical. Is that contained in the document that we have?
I believe, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think the price that we showed on the in the story map in Alika's video and in the EA is about $41 million, and it looks like a lot. I think the economists wanted a really realistic look at the cost, the total cost of the project. They also know that funding may come in spurts, and it may depend completely on which sponsor might like a particular facility to be built first. So when we first did the cost estimate, we did it based on maybe a phasing plan. But in reality, we don't know, or the economists didn't know how they will attract money for a particular facility. So we asked the cost estimator to give one price for all of it being, let's say, developed tomorrow. And now they have a cost for each facility. They can go to a potential sponsor and say, hey, this building, if you want to help us, is going to cost approximately this in today's dollars. And then, so later on, maybe like in 5 years from now, maybe somebody will build the immersion school, the pre-kindergarten immersion school. They will know approximately the cost in today's dollars, but they know they might have to escalate it.
Okay, so thank
Does
you.
that answer your question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it does. So that makes sense because it provides an option for phased in construction. But you said the total cost, if it was, you were able to build it out, the entire plan, was it 41 million, I heard?
I believe so, if I recall correctly. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, because I saw the slide up, but I couldn't really see that well from here. And then I saw our Maui legislators listed as your point of contact. Do we have any sense
an
from
error.
them?
I made an error. I'm sorry. I realized that when somebody noted to me, one of the staff noted to me this morning that I put the wrong area legislators on that slide. My apologies.
Okay, because I saw Gil Agaran up there. Who is the other?
I don't have that slide in front of me, sorry.
Okay, so my question is, do we have any sense yet of the kind of support we may get from our Maui legislators on this project?
I do not know the answer to that. And I think if the Kanas were on the call, they could maybe help me out here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Other commissioners? Seeing none. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, presenters. Okay, we will now go to the J agenda.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, first up, J agenda is Malia Greenlee.
She already testified. She testified.
So you already,
Yes,
you
she
spoke
did.
in the public testimony. Yeah, but you also signed up for J agenda. So did you want to speak? Okay. Okay, no problem. So, okay, no problem. Thank you. Harry Purdy. All right.
Aloha kakaya kakako. My name is Harry, man of the healing waters, Purdy the third. Man of the healing waters means Kalika Viola. So that's my middle name. But anyway, I'm here today to really kind of just mahalo nui loa to all of the commissioners, because on June 21st, 2021, they all, and I think it was a unanimous vote for me to acquire additional agricultural land. So I appreciate that, my whole family. So I'm here mainly to say thank you very, very much for my struggles. And so the commissioners, I'm giving you all my aloha for that. Second person I wanted to mahalo is Joby, because over the years that we tried to acquire this parcel of land, Joby was always there to battle for me. The next person is Zachary Helm. Winner, he's a winner. I would talk to him about my dilemma and figure something out, and he was my voice in the department, and no stop. We're not going to stop, we're going to go. So on the 21st, 2021, June, I was able to acquire the land that I asked for. The only problem was it was 30 years later. 30 years later. But anyway, I'm happy. Another person that I want to thank, without her, I wouldn't be able to do this and accomplish what we did, is my daughter, Kilia Purdy Avelino, because I have no connection to the new world. I have
Cell phone.
this kind of phone. So I know text, I don't do this, I don't do that, I cannot do that, I cannot take picture. So without my daughter being by my side, and this has been a 30-year period of time that we were able to finally accomplish what we wanted. So I give her quite a bit of thanks. So I wanted you guys to know that it wasn't me, myself, it was really with my family. And besides all this, mahalo nui loa to everyone. The update of what been happening since that 1 year, and since I acquired that by vote, there was some conditions that had to be met. And the first thing was to survey the land. And we got a surveyor right from this island. And there's been little humps and bumps in the road that he couldn't get through certain things. So I don't want to go into that too much, but there's mites and boundaries that had to be figured out by the surveyor. And according to the map that we have that requires the whole property, the total property, the original mites and bounds is actually 3 separate lots that's in this original lot of 40 acres. So if we can have, or maybe I can talk to either Zachary, that we can maybe go over some of these humps, maybe we can fine tune that, because the conditions is that we make a road on the property and we give 3 acres or give up 3 acres of this property back to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands for whatever reason. And it's right next to the 2 main water tanks, drinking water tanks is actually right next to the property that I have. So that's the only thing we need to figure out. And 1 year later is not too bad to actually get to this point. So I just wanted commissioners to know that moving forward, we're going forward, but we just need some maybe little assistance. And then if I can talk to Zach or maybe even Cindy to help go over these bumps that might be acquiring this 3-acre parcel for the department faster. So that would be my only thing that I coming to the department for today. And I just wanted to thank everybody again. So if anybody has any questions before I go back to my homestead and work and do my farming, and that's what I do, kind of like Glenn Teves was saying, but this is the way we gotta do things. This, food is essential, and I'm a 100% Hawaiian homesteader, living on the land and farming on the land, and my economics come from this land. So I'm in that condition. So any questions about anything that I just brought up?
Okay, so Harry, with regards to the bumps you're existing now,
Right.
with regards to the bumps you are experiencing now, I know Joby is working on it, so I can go back and check with her how far advanced it is, and if not, Joby, yourself, and
Well,
Commissioner-
Joby probably doesn't know anything about that because we didn't go back to her. Once we got her, we said, hey, don't need her. Hey, don't need her now, but but it was 30 years of, aloha, with that, aloha, all the way. But now, hey, go help somebody else.
So she hasn't stopped helping you because just
No,
before we
I never
left-
talked to her about that. We only went to this department, right on Molokai. So my surveyor is only communicating with them. So if I can maybe talk to Cindy, talk to Zachary, and then we can get that smoothed out.
Yeah, so 2-1, we'll work with,
Okay, oh, the land department, okay, I will talk to.
it's with Homestead Services. So talk with Juan, who'll talk to Cindy, who will get the information from
Okay.
Joby, and we should be able to resolve it. Okay?
Thank you very much. Mahalo. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dure.
Thank you, Zach. Cora Schackenberg. Hello, Cora.
Aloha.
Yes.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I come before you commissioners and those that are virtual, so sorry. I do have a PowerPoint, but the purpose of today's meeting, one is to honor 3. And since this project started, 3 had passed. And I want to honor them today by going over what was the purpose of this project. And I want to apologize to Chairman Ayla because right now I have great relationship with your staff. But in order for you to understand how this project came about, I need to visit that. And it might be a little bit sensitive to your ears, but it needs to be said. So I wanted to apologize to you in advance, to your staff and also Andrew, Gigi, and G70. Mahalo, mahalo. We have great relationship, but I need to inform the commissioners of where we've been and where we at right now. I also want to ask our Commissioner Helm to forgive me yesterday. I did not acknowledge you. But no, that's not Molokai style. So forgive me. And it's nice to see commissioners, and mahalo to everyone. So with no delay, I want to move on. I got page and a half in 10 minutes plus this PowerPoint. So Wallapu Ahanui Homestead Association is started with kupunas and waitlisters. And it started with an idea about putting our people on the land, and because our kupunas was dying on the list. And so my task was to look what was available on Molokai, and it was Wallapu. It was a little over 400 acres. I had to do the research. So we used 2005 Molokai Island Plan and figure out how come the project at that time never go forward. We also had to look at the surveys that and their recommendations, and they do an awesome job. The two contractors was, you folks had used SMS and G70, who we currently have now. I also used the ESN policy. So yes, we want to go with the ESN policy. Our people mentioned that, and we're going to revisit that. The GIS, Manae GIS mapping project book, and the improvement of DHHL Ho'olehu water system and DHHL annual reports from 19, I don't know, went back to 1995, I believe, to current. So moving forward, 85% in the survey in 2005 spoke about leasees. This is people that had their blessing. They had their hale already. 85% of them still depended on subsistence. That means they just recently, they had just making ends meet. That means they're just making it financially, okay? Also, there were hardship during that time. High rate of unemployment, price of gas was at $5, the importing of goods increased, and cost of electric increase as well. Homeless increase was just started to hit the increase. Our locals and also outsiders end up coming to Molokai. Families were living in cars, no joke. We have families identify themselves as on the wait list, living in cars, and of multiple generation families under one roof. So I get very emotional. Oh, Lord help me. I knew we reached out to DHHL very beginning because we felt that they needed to identify the waitlisters in advance in this project because it was an off-grid living. That's what was the recommendation in 2005. Our people couldn't afford your traditional lock and key. The ag subsistence had to allow our people to save money and bill as they go along because they're not under the they're not under the 1 year policy. So Molokai is a very unique place. Our people is unique. One size no fit all. Moving forward. So I went and out with 3 of you staff, Chair, asking for help because we not planners. We didn't know how to do this type of project. They said no, 3 level of supervisory level said no. So our kupuna said, let's talk to commissioners. So I said, okay. So we spoke to commissioner, we explained to him of the situation, and he said, move it forward. At that time, we had 68 interest people on the wait list of ag. So I said, okay, mahalo. So we moved this project forward. The purpose of this project was to identify the waitlisters in advance. And that's where the puka is in this whole process, is that we wait to the end. That's like right now, our people Molokai is asking how many people, how big is the lot, and who is going to be on a lot. They not like see Honolulu because they think that the integrity of Mana'i going to change. So hold on, Molokai people, I'm going to get there. Okay, so moving forward, we invested, we identified that we hit the top. If DHHL had helped us solicit the interest, then they would be more invested in working with DHHL in the development of the project. And that's what is missing in all our projects. So we campaigned, we campaigned 8 months. 8 months, and we did free radio station, advertisement, newspaper, bulletin boards, and store flyers outside the store and in the store as flyers where you can pick it off the counter. That's what the waitlisters did. Calamari, I could do my best. Out of 5, we had, at that time, we had 68, then down to 65. We had 5 people from off island. We had 30 people, these are all waitlisters, 30 people from Mana'i. We had 30 people from Central to West End that was interested in this project. So what I end up doing is we end up looking at the Kuleana administrative rules. I believe administrative rules is in chapter 10 and it's E. Okay, forgive me, I thought I want to attach it. But in the administrative rules, it went something like this, commissioners. It went something like, if the applicants have identified a vacant tract, the department shall assist the applicants in the development of a project. And that never happened. That never happened. So what we did is every waitlisters that was on the ag list that was interested in the project, we did a new registry. We took a registry. And we're going to talk about what I'm going to strongly ask the commissioners to do at the end of this presentation. That's not only what the waitlisters did. Let me tell you what they did. Our committees, the waitlisters, and the community. And Kalamai, let me do a side note. I sent all of you folks about 2 weeks ago, maybe a week ago, of all the facts of all what Anui had done, of all the meetings, all our attempts in the Mana'i people, the meetings we had, we put it out there to let them know. We would shake the tree for 8 months. So when people said they never hear, oh, ole, you either not living on the island or you might have been ill. And that's a good excuse. But it was formed. Now, the joke is you can fart at the West End and you can smell it in Halawa within the same day. So there's no excuse, Molokai. We need to take responsibility. If you never show up because you never think the project was going to fly, then you need to own that. And don't blame it on DHHL. You need to take responsibility. And I do this out of love, out of passion. So moving on, commissioners, this is what the waitlisters did to help ingrain ourselves with the land, with the community. And this is Molokai people. They're not ignorant to the significant side or the lifestyle. Our people, we had to go into committees because had too much to cover. We had one committee that did the write-ups. The write-ups that's in the Molokai General Plan with the help of acceptance with Gigi and Sham, I think her name was. We had a committee to do the water, anything to do with water, water alternatives, all that. We also looked at the water catchment. We also look at the compost toilet. We were sensitive to the INA. We wasn't going to do sewage. We never was going to do cesspool. And we also looked at possible dwelling of plans and cost, the dwelling of floor plans and cost. Now this is where the puka is. So one puka is, we wait to the end of the project to go get waitlisters, right? We want the waitlisters involved at the very get-go, but that's where the puka is. Number two puka is the money. No more money to help our people, especially the one who's on Kuleana land. And I understand there's a trade-off, and I'm going to talk about that because the people don't know what that is. But all those people like Kahiki Nui, people that would do a trade-off because they was going to die on the list. They don't like wait too long. So the trade-off is this, Molokai and my commissioners. The trade-off is this. You put the people on the land, expedite the process in exchange of minimum infrastructure. What does that mean? No water on paved roads. But Molokai, we got short-term goal, long-term goal. The long-term goal is water. And guess what? No can say no more water. Get plenty water. That's what's feeding the West End, is where Wallapu is. So anyway, moving forward, that's why it's important to support DHHL when we talk about water reservation. Yes, that was a lot of water and that was inaccurate numbers. So let's get something straight. The water amount comes from, anybody get clear, color mine, moving, what determines the water use is the land, oh, mahalo, uncle, mahalo. It's the land designation. The land designation determines how much water is in for reservation. Okay, so keep that in mind. I'm gonna move forward because I only get 10 minutes. Okay, and I gotta let you know, guys, we took 3 months. The group of Ahanui and all, we had a team also. We had a committee to do landscape and restoration. Do you know that we have 5 acres donated for us to get native plants to be used as a nursery? And those plants are collected, or mahalo, collected to give whoever is up there to restore the Aina. Anyway, that's a side note. 3 months, we did field visits, and we have a committee called the Culture Resource Management. And there were volunteers from the community that helped with this process. Okay, so right now, where we at right now, commissioners, is with all the opposition, with all their concerns, guess what? We concerned too. We care about if it's going to cause harm to our people. So who better yet to know all of this? They can determine that. The experts, G70, there's some contractors, mahalo. And so we have accepted whatever the outcome is, it was because of safety. But our Ahanui is very hopeful that our people will be on their Aina as intended by our Prince Kohil and his legacy. That's what I said here before you folks all. Now in closing, finally guys, in closing, I have gave all of you a copy of the handouts we're about to see, and I gave her, there's 428 mixture of supporters and waitlisters. 275 are assisted, our water, it has to do with water. We have 271 supports that our department and our staff, the HHL staff, sorry, move forward in the request. Make sure those things are accurate because our public is upset with the inaccurate numbers. But anyway, they want us to move forward in the water request with Maui County. And the long term, that's short term, with a water spigot. Our people would trade off for drive and get water and haul it to their lots. And then there's 157 that are waitlisters and supporters to move this project forward. Now, two things in closing: discrimination and major concerns. In the waitlisting process, the areas before, when you used to apply, you could apply for the areas, okay? They no longer exist since 1970s. But this is where the discrimination is. Should Oho'olehua get awarded in areas, guess what they're going to use? They're going to use the areas located for them. They're going to use that list. Okay, I'm closing up. And so Ahanui Homestead Association is strongly recommending our commissioners to consider the wait list that we had submitted to you in 2020 and 2021 as the list as an area that it was identified as the areas of Wallapu. So that means that the wait listers that I submitted, which is your wait listers, be strongly considered in the awarding of the lots or the wait list. The other thing I have concern, and this is for you, Chair Ayla. If in the event that Wallapu, due to the technical, all the studies, and cannot put anyone up there, that my concern is, if the land is not suitable for homesteading, why did DHHL accept transfer for the inventory as trust lands? That's where we suffer, commissioners. We suffer because we get lands that is in the trust inventory that we cannot use. What's wrong with this picture? That's why our kupunas dying on the list. But you know what? That's my mana'o. And I shared this in acknowledging our three lost. That's Dean Ho, that's William Kalipi, and more recently, Colleen. She got a French name, but she is related to the Joao. I'm so sorry, Kalamai, I forget her name. I know her first name is Colleen, her daughter is Tina, but Matthews. And so I say this with love and compassion. I pray that God move you folks in such a way that you remember who you're servicing. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you, Cora. Two things. Number one, we won't know until the due diligence is done.
I'm sorry?
We won't know until the due diligence is completed.
Absolutely.
Okay. Number two, I am not going to acknowledge that our ask before the Water Commission, those numbers were based on a mistake. Because
Okay,
those
mahalo.
numbers are based upon what the commission instructs the department to ask for, the maximum amount that is based upon the usage that we expect.
Okay.
So I'm not going to do a disservice to our people statewide by admitting to any numbers that are wrong, okay?
Oh, no. If anything, I applaud DHHL looking out for the best interest of our waitlisters for water. Mahalo. I just want to make sure that it's accurate. That's all. Mahalo.
It's accurate from our point of view,
Okay.
okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, commissioners?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. If I may, I just want to show the commissioners, just real quickly, you can just go right through, I'm so sorry.
Let me ask commissioners, because we're on a tight schedule, because
Okay.
get that plane. So commissioners, are you okay with, how long is it going to take? A minute, 2 minutes?
Just 1 minute, I'm going to have, just to show what the waitlisters have done in this project.
Okay, so I see nodding of heads, so go.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. This is what your people have done. You can just go through it, yeah, just, go ahead, snap away, boom, boom. Those are all your waitlisters and volunteers. Those are all the areas we went. Those are all the tasks, the tracks that are available. Keep going. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, go ahead. That's it. Those are all. The purpose was to identify all the impact. That was our task. All the impact you can think about. And also the significant sites. The purpose was so that we could do our cultural resource management plan. And we took all of this finding. Go ahead, you can go faster than that. Yeah, that's how. Click away. Yeah, even if I talk, you just click away. And the whole purpose was that that these contractors, we would give them all the information because we trusted they are experts. And our people did a lot. But I just want to. Those are copies that was also given to you. So. Mahalo so much, commissioners. I know you guys got a hard job. So mahalo. Thank you to respect your time. That be it. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you.
Cedric, you can add.
Thank you for all the work that you've done. And hang on a second, there's a question from
Okay. Mahalo.
Commissioner Wu.
Aloha, Cora, and
Mahalo.
also being here today. I know you have worked very hard trying to move a project forward. What we are hearing recently, there's conflict arising from within the community. The kind of conflict that I don't fully understand, but as these issues come before us, we're going to have to gain a better understanding to render an outcome or a decision. So part of what I think has occurred recently, there was a meeting where, is that correct? There was a meeting where quite a few people showed up to provide mana'o. I think, William, the department was
The
present for
department,
that?
Yes. It was the department's community meeting. That's
Okay.
correct.
It was the department's response to the non-beneficiary members of the committee out there. We extended the discussion to them as we heard subsequently, a meeting in person is what they requested. So we'll follow up with that also.
Okay, yeah, so my only comment is that that's a bit of a blind spot for me because there was a meeting where mana'o was rising up and it's permeating within the community. So I would ask if the department could brief us on what occurred. I think that would be helpful for us in our decision making.
Or we have it recorded if you want to.
Okay, I'll take a look at it. Sure. Thank you.
Better than summarizing it for you, because then you can get.
Okay.
Okay, Cedric, can we make sure?
Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Next up is Blossom Patera. Is that you,
Okay,
Blossom?
aloha everybody, Mr. Chair, mahalo, members of the commission. Congratulations on actually returning to live meetings. I know that our beneficiaries deeply appreciate that. I'll try and keep my comments very short. I know you guys are on a tight timeline, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to start off with the excellent presentation. Mahalo to Glenn Tevis for the work that he's been doing, both as an active farmer and with CTAR. Interestingly enough, today was the day that I was tasked to introduce a beneficiary-driven organization called Aina Momona Olele. It is a beneficiary-driven in that beneficiaries from the west side of Maui who have been diligently working both with the department and within the community to develop a plan for agricultural training center in advance of the lot awards. So essentially what it is a small piece of property that people on the wait list will have an opportunity to come and learn how to be more efficient and more productive as farmers in anticipation of getting a lot. We've taken our time coming up with the criteria, the skill building necessary and building the capacity of the group to formalize as an organization. Listening to what Mr. Tevis presented today really kind of dovetails into what the beneficiaries for Westside is actually talking about. One of the key things that we've incorporated into the plan, however, is that even if you don't get a lot, you still are able to continue the farming practices in Honokawai. The development of a mechanic shop to help with repair maintenance of equipment, development of a farmer's market and a small commercial kitchen and processing center. Whether you have a backyard garden or you are able to cultivate a full acre, there will be the tools and the mechanisms necessary to help you become a successful farmer. Once again, commissioners, I want to thank you all for the hard work that you've done for King's Landing. I understand from Maha that conversations are moving forward for the development of a land use disposition document, analysis of the undivided interest program, as well as a Kuleana homesteading designation. So mahalo much for bringing that 40-year issue to a resolution. You know, one of the things that came out of the Honokawai conversation, and it's been ongoing in my J agenda testimony, is to consider the need for the reinstatement of undivided interest. I cannot emphasize this enough, that as we move forward, we have kupuna that are aging on a wait list. Their main concern is who gets his, who's going to get their place on a wait list, because their children and grandchildren are not eligible to take it. Undivided interest allows for successorship rights for the lessee and a guarantee for the kupuna that their family will be able to replant their roots on their aina for the next 200 years. And so, Mr. Chair, please further consideration for that development. Small kind issue. You know, my son lives next to Homestead land in Keokea, and he has been informing me that there has been a significant amount of firearms discharge in the community. I've talked to the president, Robin Newhouse. She has confirmed that numerous complaints made to the police department with no follow-up, and is presenting a significant concern to the health and safety of our community. The other thing that I want to bring up again is that currently, both in Keokea and Kahikinui, we have about 100 empty leases. And when I say empty leases, is that these leases have been given out 20 years ago, and they remain unused and vacant. And so with the level of people that are on our wait list, both for ag, pastoral, and residential, once again, Mr. Chair, I am asking for the commission to initiate contested case hearings. If these people don't want to use these lots, there are thousands of people on the Maui Island wait list that'll be more than happy to step forward and take ownership of those. And then finally, Mr. Chair, during the pandemic, things happened at our Pokokala Community Center that resulted in longer than necessary closure, in my opinion. There needs to be some significant repairs. The Alulike's Kupuna program was housed there and met on a daily basis. They no longer have a place to be able to meet. They're actually meeting next door in my office building 3 times a week. There are things happening in the Pokokala community that would benefit them if they had access to the community center. And so, Mr. Chair, if you could make some inquiries as to what can be done to begin that process. I think we need to launch some kind of procurement proposal type activity to be able to get our community center in Central Maui repaired, open, and available to the public. The other thing is House Bill 2511. They appointed their conference committee members yesterday. I'm a little anxious. I just want to say, good job, Department of Homelands, for that project list that's found in the bill. And we're going to continue to hope and pray that our conference committee members see their way through resolving their issues and adopting that, and the bill becomes law. With nothing further to say, Mr. Chair, mahalo for the opportunity to sit before the commission today.
Thank you, Blossom. Questions, commissioners? Randy?
No questions. Mahalo, Blossom, for that very comprehensive list of things to consider and do. But no other comments. But I do want to take an opportunity to use the Kahikinui Kuleana Homestead Awards to segue backwards to Ulupono. So I'm going to ask, I'm happy to review the tape, but I would ask that we get briefed by our staff on how they would like to move forward given what's bubbling up. So thank you. Thank you, Blossom. That's it.
Welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you, Randy. Writing it down. It'll be on the list for the next commission meeting. It'll be on the list for the next commission.
Thank you.
Rosie?
Aloha. Aloha, Commissioners. My name is Faith Tuipulotu. I'm the president of the Molokai Homestead Farmers Alliance. And I also wanted to acknowledge Auntie Nona Ka'ava, who's our vice president, who's not on our island right now. Sorry we didn't make the meeting last night, but we're here today. And I wanted to turn it over to Sherry.
Aloha, everyone. I'm the secretary for the Homestead Farmers Alliance. And we're here today to kind of present the status of what our organization has been doing. And we also wanted to thank you all for supporting us in this effort. I'm not sure, am I loud enough? Okay. Okay, sorry, I shot that. Okay, so you can skip to the next one, from the past to the present. The Molokai Island Plan, June 2005, subject area identified as community use, Island of Molokai Regional Plan, April 2010. Economic development through open market opportunities, community development through improved recreational facilities, support the development of a community base to promote agricultural initiatives. That was what was the original intent. The Lanikeha Community Center was constructed as a replacement facility for the deteriorated Molokai Recreational Center that was there before, to serve as a gathering place for celebrations and community events, to provide educational and social services to the community, to develop a certified kitchen, to support Molokai's sustainable farming communities. Now, the current status at this time, there were no dispositions in place for management of Lanikeha's Community Center at the time. Facility was in dire need of repairs, so renovations and upgrades. The certified kitchen was in need of new equipment and repair to existing equipment. High use has created much wear and tear. Water will infiltration issues, equipment repairs, and facility repairs were required. Okay, so what we proposed is we repair and upgrade the kitchen facilities, repair to roof, windows, floors, paint, upgrade electrical, install alternative energy technology, establish the center as a community energy emergency center for the Molokai community, establish a community business and retail incubator for the Molokai community. Okay, second, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, and repair and upgrade kitchen facilities. I'm sorry, I went over that. So, yeah. Molokai Homestead Farmers Alliance became a nonprofit. We did the DHHL application to manage the lease, applied for a GIA grant, and applied for tax market credits. So we had our grand opening at Lanikeha after everything was done. on Saturday, July 21st, 2018, 10 a.m. to noon. We offered free food. Next slide, I'm sorry. And door prizes. So presently, we have renewable energy, next slide, installed. We had solar panels installed, cut down on expenses. We have free internet to all homesteaders, farmers market every month, kitchen usage for events, graduations, funerals, proms, workshops, mini clinics, telehealth, and COVID relief project, to name a few. On the next slide, we'll see some photos. Okay, sorry, you can go back. So Lanikeha update, 98% completed. June 2022 renovations is expected to be completed. And the Farmers Alliance Renewable Energy Project is complete. Our electric bill is 75% less than what it was. And under the GIA grant, Molokai Homestead Farmers Alliance agreed to install renewable energy to the entire facility for Punana Leo and Tutu and me. We pay 100% Hawaii gas bill. The grease trap and kitchen is cleaned by certified vendors every 6 months using special equipment and certified chemicals. We provide free internet to all homesteaders. So the kitchen use every month, as you can see, has been, since we opened for after COVID, has been in use at least 95, average 95%. So it's been busy, very busy since we opened back up. Saturday, March 19th, we sponsored this Molokai Community Resource Fair. We have all of the resources on the island come together to educate the community on what kind of resources were available here to help all the families. Approximately 1,000 people attended. And we also did a canned food collection. So we have another upcoming big event, which is April 30th, and it's actually a Teen Fest, which is where we are going to be focused on our teenagers on the island to give them resources as well. And then in June, we have our OHA Resource Fair. Next slide, please. So presently, the farmers market every Saturday of every, the first Saturday of every month, approximately 70% are homesteaders. And they sell from produce to goods and things that they make, food. So this COVID has actually brought out a lot of ideas within people and creativity. So this gave them a venue to help supplement their income while they were, going through this COVID crisis. So on the third Saturday of every month, we have a mini clinic, or third Tuesday of every month. And we partner with John Burns School of Medicine, the Hawaii Pacific Basin, and Molokai Rural Health. Private registered nurses donate their time, approximately 45 homesteaders, 45% are homesteaders that attend. We do our telehealth, third Saturday of every month. Ka'ala Souza is an instructor who instructs our kupuna on how to use telehealth. And in return, they give them a free refurbished laptop. And this helps our kupuna with their, because with COVID, there was a lot of telehealth going on. And a lot of our kupuna especially didn't know how to use. So we did this education workshop for them. And then in return, and then they also didn't have, a lot of them didn't have their own computers. So we gave them a refurbished laptop. So COVID relief project. First COVID project was in April 2020. We served 282 homesteaders, 79 community members, COVID relief. Fresh produce, 24 were homesteaders, 12 veterans, 6 community members, 42 total. These were volunteers that helped with the project. May 2020 to March 2021, we served 1,012 homesteaders, 578 community members, which was a total of 1,598 partners. We had a lot of partners. I mean, I'm sorry, 1598 total people involved. Partners, we had Hawaii Farm Bureau, Eleanor Farms, Kumu Farms, Sustainable Molokai, Hawaii Farm Fresh Eggs. So we tried to get a lot as much as possible on island, and we had a lot of supplement from off island as well. May 2021, the HHL COVID Relief Project, homesteaders only enrolled 208 families, 734 individuals to date and climbing. So we still offer the monthly COVID relief, the first of the month. And we give them produce, hot meals, and on occasion, we've also give them $25 gift certificates to local stores here. And then we have a new partnership. Homestead associations, we barter cleaning of the facility on a monthly use for the use of the hall. So May 2nd, Homestead associations every first Monday of every month. So in other words, we barter, instead of them paying for the use of the hall, they help us clean the facility, which also takes ownership of the facility as well.
Hello. I also wanted to mention that the DHHL COVID Relief Project was actually grant monies from DHHL.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this is an overview, and can you go to the next slide? It shows some pictures of who was involved in our projects. So we had drive-throughs, and we had people come into the center. We had who is that? The National Guard. National Guard came and shared their, for the kids, a tour on their helicopter as well. And yeah, you can add to that. So Rosie Davis is plays a huge role in the Molokai Homestead Farmers Alliance. She manages a lot of the events that we have. And I'm going to turn it over to her.
Aloha, everyone. Good to see you all. Familiar faces and new faces. Just real quick, I just wanted to add that we have some upcoming workshop with some of the people that we're partnering with at this time. Can you hear me?
Yeah, just a little bit closer, that's all.
Is that better? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can even hear myself. Okay. So I just wanted to say aloha to the familiar faces and to the new faces. Thank you for coming to Molokai as your first trip back. So I just wanted to add that the newly formed partnership, we support all the homestead association, and we're willing to barter or work with them along with some of the other community events that we have going on. Upcoming, we do have some farmer workshops coming up. We also have the capacity grant that we applied for. We have a lot of associations and homesteaders that want to apply for a 501c3. So I'll be teaching that workshop, how to apply, how to go through the application. And then we'll have DCCA also present and a few other organizations that are willing to come and help the homesteaders. Like they said, we weren't here last night. We participated in the TB workshop with Department of Ag. We had a lot of homesteaders there. We have a huge amount of volunteers and homesteaders, and I just wanted to take a moment to say two things. One is that we lost one of our greatest volunteers this last year, which was Auntie Reina Dudawat. She was just so awesome from the Dudawat Ohana. The other thing is that the Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans are here, right over there. And they are huge volunteers. Sherry is also a veteran as well. So we just wanted to say mahalo to all of you, and I think that's all I have.
I had one more thing that I wanted to add, and that was with NRCS. So everybody knows who NRCS is? Yeah, okay, so anyway, oh, no, sorry. They are Natural Resource Conservation Service that services the island of Molokai and throughout the state. But I am also the president of the Molokai Lanai Soil and Water Conservation District. And it was brought to my attention that okay, let me tell you about NRCS. They provide a lot of programs and stuff on this island. And within the last 10 years, Molokai has received over $5 million in, whether it's working through NRCS, working with Farm Service Agency, FSA. They've received a lot of grants, not grants, loans, through this organization. And over the last 10 years was over 5 million that homesteaders, more than half was homesteaders that received this. And then within the last year, Molokai got $250,000 more in program monies that went out to these homesteaders. And anyway, it was brought to my attention that I guess through, how do I put it? Protocol, when they do these projects, homesteaders need to come to the department, and you need to get the signature from the department releasing them to do projects on their property, because we're not the landowners. Yeah, so anyway, there's a little glitch in there that the homesteaders need to have their water bills paid up, and also land tax paid, before the department even release these monies. And I just wanted to say how much these programs help farmers on these islands, because the conservation, NRCS, they help the farmers and ranchers with conservation and trying to help them to better and improve their farming practices and what they're trying to do on their land. Okay, that's it.
Okay. Thank you. And the property taxes, that's between the homesteader and the county. If there are applicants to the programs that have issues regarding the recording of the water bills, bring that to our attention here at the office, and we'll see if we can't expedite a solution so that their grants don't get held off. However, if it's a legitimate past due that's owed, then that is incumbent upon the lessee, right? But let us know, if it's something that we can facilitate, we will. If it's something that the homesteader has to deal with, then the homesteader needs to deal with it. Okay. Okay. Thank you, and congratulations on all that you folks do, and all the partnerships that you do. That's amazing. So mahalo nui.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions or no? Okay, mahalo nui. Okay, next is Bo Kahui. We're bringing him in.
So anyway, back to our conversation.
Okay. Are you folks with Bo Kahui? No.
Oh.
You're the second part of.
Oh, yeah, we're
Oh, okay. All right.
I know.
All right. Sorry. I was wondering who the yellow shirts were.
Commissioner Ayla and your staff, and to our commissioners, thank you guys for coming. And my name is John Longi Durwa. I am a veteran. I'm right now on member of the veterans of Molokai Veterans Care for Veterans. I'm here speaking because we had a project that was started back in 2017. That was to build the vet center along with the homesteaders up at Laniakia, of course, that site. And since that time, from 2017, and this is 2022, I think our site is gonna be fast. I think today, I think I'm gonna make it quick, so I know everybody wants to go to lunch and stuff, but anyway. We've went through 2017, and then today, the previous board, Mr. Kinini serves as a secretary now. At that time, I was the vice commander for the Veterans Care for Veterans. But because of medical issues, I had to give up the position, but still kept up with information about the building and stuff. So today, I think it's very simple. I know everybody's looking for money. Trying to see, hey, what can we get to build this? But our situation is different. We're looking, what happened to our money? Where is it? From 2017 to this is April 2022. We haven't gotten anything yet. We don't know what's happening. As far as where is the project at? Where is the funding? Or how much has been spent? It's just like, hey, so that's our point right here today is what happened with the project? Where's the money? Where's the update? Because we haven't gotten anything yet.
I'm glad you brought up that question, and Mr. Stuart Matsunaga is willing to come to the table and provide answers.
Aloha. Right now, what the situation with the building is that we have a contract with DD Construction. The project first started off as portables. I think we all were looking at like assembling portable facilities. Yeah, so that did change. So right now, we are in the permitting stage with the County of Maui. So we're expecting to get the permit very soon, at which time we can start the construction of the building. What we'll do is we will get a set of the plans to you. Okay, so
the original plans that we had in 2017, we're not using that. That's correct.
that is correct. So we went out to bid, and then we did a second bid on the project because the cost of the portable snap together type building was exceeded the budget of $4 million. So we did rebid it again, and then so we have a contract because it's a design build, DD Construction, and again permits are in with the County of Maui for review. We did pass Department of Health approval on that for the septic as well as for the kitchen facility within the building.
So that all taking care of this, one of the issues back there.
Yes, that is correct.
So what I'm looking at is, I'm asking is that you said the septic tank will be its own, though. I mean, separate from, not with Laniakea.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's where we are now with permitting.
That's the last thing.
So when do we put the permit in? This is-
No, it's been in for, it is in for a while.
Oh, you did
So
say-
we
you
have,
see, this is why I asked that question.
yeah,
2017 to 2022 is.
Kalamai, understand. So,
So we're gonna build, the building is gonna build from ground up.
that is correct. We'll get you a set of the plans.
So can you send us?
Absolutely.
Where we at? Okay.
Sure thing.
Okay, so I guess I guess I'm the secretary for the board right now. Wangi was the original vice commander that accepted this challenge. Okay, then I took his place, as I want to know so much like Longy does. So now, because you guys now build a building, they demote me to secretary, so you know. Just joking. But anyway, I'm the secretary now.
I got demoted too.
So now, so what we're gonna do is we're just waiting on you guys to send us the
Plans.
paperwork and
The
the.
information, so at least you can tell them.
Sure.
You know, ask and I'll say.
Yes, Mike.
So you say we're waiting on the permits. Once we get the permits, how long will it take to build?
When you want to start?
Start and the ratio.
Okay, so we do have a contract with the contractor already. So the $4 million was actually encumbered in the contract. So again, it's the permitting, and then after the permitting is completed, we'll give the contractor notice to proceed. I don't know how long it's going to take for them to obtain the materials. And so we're in this situation with all of our construction projects, materials being shipped in from the mainland, et cetera, taking much, much longer than normal. So
When you say this 4 million has been encumbered on for that project. So when this project comes up, I mean, from what I'm gathering is that we still gonna have to pay something else with it? Or
no,
no?
no.
It's already all
That,
included?
my understanding is that it's all included. Absolutely.
Okay, you got your questions answered?
Yes, Chairman, thank you.
Thanks,
very much.
Stuart.
And thank you, commissioners. Thank you guys coming here. And also Commissioner Kaupu, he's not here. Where is he?
Screen.
Oh, up there on the screen. That's my cousin.
Yeah.
How you guys?
Yeah, I'm doing good, thank you.
Thank you.
I just have
I'd
one more.
like to say thank you too, because we've been kind of waiting on this and we got the right answers and stuff, so now.
Yes, sir.
One more quick question. Auntie Judy, how many more shirts you get and how many more groups you belong to? Just all right. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Mahalo, mahalo.
Good luck. Thank you.
Rebo. Russell, how come my relatives don't announce in public that we're related?
Because my cousin is actually scolding me. He's just doing it in the Molokai style. It's a secret kind of hidden meaning, but
oh yeah, Bo. Bo, can you unmute yourself, please?
So he said.
We show that you're in. Can you hear me, Bo? One more time. Okay. Bo, for some reason, you're not connected to the audio. Can you? Okay. I'm gonna allow you to come back in and try again. Okay. Hello, Bo. Bo, we cannot. Bo, we cannot hear you. Something is wrong with your audio. If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay, yeah, you can't hear me and I can't hear you. Can we take him to the side and then we bring somebody else in for now? And then maybe email him? Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Well, okay, yes, we can. Can you hear us?
Okay, well,
Okay.
First of all, thank you, Leah, for getting me to this process. Aloha, everybody. My name is Bo Kahui, and I'm a leasing of the villages of Ulupono and what?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh,
You can
hang
hear
on.
me.
I gotta change positions here. I gotta try and get closer to my. I can hear you.
Great, great.
Wait, I got it.
Looking for signal?
No, I can hear you.
Go ahead, Bo.
I can hear you. I had to actually change. Yes, I can hear you now, and I had to get closer to my modem. 1 second. And
Bo, can you do us a favor? Can you turn off your live stream so that we get less feedback?
yeah, hang on 1 second. Let me just turn off my live stream. Um, 1 second. Oh, shoot, what's going on?
We can hear you,
All right.
so try.
All right. Apologize for that.
Problem.
Let me start all over again. Again, for the record, my name is Bo Kahui. I'm a leasee and resident of the villages of Ulupono in Kona. I was the founder of Ulupono 2020 in 2008. I'm a board advisor to Habitat for Humanity and have been on the board for 2 terms. I also serve on a commission, a county commission for the Kona Community Development Corporation. And I'm here to speak on executive session item number 3. That's the water project here in Kona. Over the last 7 years, I've been involved in this project. I think during Joby's administration, I made a presentation long ago to get water for our residents here in Kona. I knew at the time, as a Ulupono 2020 director, we needed more water to fulfill our mission to build more facilities at Ulupono. That would include a preschool, a retail center, and the like. In this last 7 years, we've been working with the G Industries Cannery Commercial LLC, the County Water Supply Board, and been working with the department staff, Andrew Choi. We've reached a water development agreement. In fact, we've had this agreement over several years now in trying to get the owners of this private land to execute this particular MOA for phase 1 of 2 phases. Phase 1 would have included a test well. And if the test well proves successful, Then we go into phase 2 to improve the test well for portable water. Within that agreement, the department identified lands to which this agreement or this water would serve. I'll be quick to highlight some of the items. In particular, the department would have been responsible under page 3 of this agreement.
Bo, can I ask you to, I want to update you
Okay.
before you continue with your presentation.
Okay.
Evidently, this LLC, Canary something, in the last, I want to say 2 months or so, has basically gone radio silent with us. So whatever assistance that you provided to starting this conversation and getting an agreement, I just wanted to let you know that it's kind of on a standstill right now. If you have spoken with them and you have additional information, we would certainly be interested. But as of right now, we're not proceeding. We're waiting for them to actually be more communicative with us and open. So do you have any additional information?
Well, I do. And up until February, we did have an agreement with the owner, February of this year. And I have emails to that effect. Now, let me say one thing, if they decide to pull a plug on this project, I think the department has several options, and I'm here to present those options to you. And option number 1, they are in the process of selling this land. And under the sale, I would encourage the department, maybe this might be an opportunity for the department to purchase the land for 2 reasons. 1 is to provide water, portable water, for development of homes in Kona, of which we have over 4,000 people waiting. Second, we would provide, if you purchase this property, you could provide significant opportunities for ag in this region, in this area. 121 acres is up for sale. And so it's important, if the department's going to meet its mission, first of all, to develop more homes, they need water. Currently, you have no water. I've been working on this project to bring more water so we can build more homes for Hawaiians here in Kona. Simple. Without the water, you can do nothing. Ulupono's development project is all at a standstill because there's no water. So this water is central, not just to the department, but the community and economic development of our region. That's why this is not a simple like, oh, we're gonna wait for those guys to tell us. I suggest we play an active role. The department play an active role in the acquisition either of this property or seek option number 2. Option number 2 is seek its powers, the state powers of eminent domain. Now, if we go that route, and it might take a couple of years to process this, eminent domain means we go on there and we still get water. They cannot stop us. We cannot stop the department or the state. We would purchase that particular site of 3 acres for the value of what that property is worth, that 3 acres. And let me put this under the table here. They've been advised, if you guys, we can do it with them or without them. And I wasn't speaking for the department. I'll find other ways to go get water for this community, through USDA, through whatever. But it's essential for the department's success. It is central. So eminent domain is another option. So two options are on the table. Buy the 121 acres, create an ag program for our Native Hawaiians who've been on the list forever, trying to do something, and couple that with the fact that you can get the water. Now, the reason why I've been at this for so long is because I never said there was water. The state hydrologist said there was water. And we're only 1,500 feet away from the existing water well up Waiaha 1, which failed because the water pump is at the bottom. And they no longer produce water out of that. So, and I raise these issues because this is a huge opportunity for the department. I cannot express enough how big this is for not just the department, for the community. Ulupono 2020, Ulupono Community Development Corporation. We have set plans out to meet, I think, our community goals. But no one can do anything without water. Without the water, nobody gonna do nothing. And then I'd like to speak to some of the points that were made by Blossom, Kalamai. But before that, does anyone have questions about this project? Because I can speak to it in detail, having been in this project.
Not at the moment, Bo, but go ahead, speak to the things from Blossom and then try to wrap up.
The Undivided Interest Award. We need to continue that kind of program throughout the state. Now, my daughter has an Undivided Interest Award in Kona, and she cannot get her lot built because there's no water. So I have a personal stake with this water project. Because you guys cannot build. Yeah, there was a big thing going on, but a presentation for the development of the next phase. But I mean, we have 800 units up here. You're only going to build 60 more under HEMA, I believe. And I'm concerned. I really am concerned. And the Undivided Interest Award program, I was on that program. And it gave us the opportunity and the faith that, okay, if I make, I can give that to my kids. And there was a successorship plan. And it's central that we ensure that our puna and other seniors like myself give those undivided interest awards to their families and let us leave a legacy behind. That's what it's about. That's what I'm about. I'm about leaving my legacy behind. And so it's important that we do that. The other thing is, I wanted to point out is that I'm, as a board member for Habitat for Humanity here on Hawaii Island, you know, the recent 5 homes at Kauai High, I want to just report out that 2 are under construction. 1 is under permitting, and 2 more is still in the department's review process. So I'm hoping that the last 2, you know, at least for those individuals, that they either, and some of them have been waiting so long that I think one of those individuals may decide just to give it up. But it's been, you know, it's important that you know, here we have Habitat willing to help build homes for Hawaiians, yet the process is taking so long. So I leave with the department because under your executive session, you're discussing this project. And this project for me is central to Kona. And I think the purchase of this property and the valuation of that, some of the things that need to happen, I mean, we can meet so much other the department's goals related to this particular 121 acres. So yes, I favor either option, eminent domain. And that would be just for the well itself. But I think there's an opportunity to purchase the property because it's currently under sale.
Okay, thank you, Bo. Questions, commissioners? Okay, if not, mahalo, Bo.
All
We
right,
appreciate
thanks
it.
a lot, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Mahalo.
Next testifier is Abner Nakihe. Nakihe. That mean, okay. Hello, Abner. Muted. You're muted.
Got him. Okay. Aloha. I get my notes. I'm just gonna read from my notes. I don't like miss anything. Okay. Aloha, Hawaiian Homes Commissioners. My name is Abner Nakie Jr. I'm a homesteader at Leali'i Phase 1 subdivision in Lahaina, Maui. I serve as charter president of the fledgling Honokowai Hawaiian Homesteads Association and also the president of the 4-year-old Maui Homestead Farmers and Ranchers Association. Today, I would like to advocate on the use of non-homesteading lands in the Honokowai Master Plan and in favor of undivided interest status for prospective Honokowai and Leali'i 1B lessees. But first, I'm honored to address the Hawaiian Homes Commission for my very first time while the commission is meeting on Molokai at the inaugural in-person commission sessions since the start of COVID. My ohana hails from Molokai Island. My paternal grandparents were Robert Nakihe and Theodora Ne of Kalamu'ula Homestead. I believe my uncle Brent Nakihe and his ohana still lives on the Molokai homestead. My parents are Abner Nakihe Sr. and Sarah Mamane Nakihe, currently living and working in Washington State. My dad is number 153 on the Molokai residential wait list and 1,569 on the Maui Ag wait list. The rest of my ohana members are all on Maui wait list as follows. My mom is 110 on the residential wait list and 871 on the ag wait list. My sister, Noilani Asuega Start, Vice President of Pu'unani Hawaiian Homestead Association, is number 1,669 on the residential wait list and 2,795 on the ag wait list. Our younger brother, Andrew, is number 2,975 on the residential wait list. I myself am way down, 2,794 on the Valley Isle agriculture wait list. Nevertheless, I would like to lead the Honokowai Hawaiian Homestead Association in pursuing use of non-homesteading lands in the Honokowai Master Plan. The DHHL West Maui fact sheet shows that Honokowai features 30 acres of commercial land, 5 acres in light industrial, and 19 acres for community use. While I preside over the Honokowai Hawaiian Homestead Association, the other officers include Vice President Christy Keli'ikoa, Secretary Deb Kaivi, and Treasurer Kainoa McDonald. I want to lead the association in submitting a land use application to lease to the previously mentioned Honokowai Aina, then organize the prospective residential and subsistence ag lessees to envision plans for and start using these trust lands. For example, on community acreage, prospective lessees might envision parks, a swimming pool, gymnasium, athletic fields, Hawaiian language immersion preschool, an indigenous university campus, kupuna center, and or halau site. and a retail cultural complex in the commercial area could host beneficiary mom and pop eateries, a beneficiary arts and crafts gallery, even a West Maui Costco to serve Valley Isle and Friendly Isle consumers. I'm really excited that we have a commercial area on the land. I feel the first time on Maui, we can have control of the commercial side of it. I'm really excited to learn about that as a lessee. My background is I own a surf school here on Maui. I've had that business for about 13 years. Before that, I had an entertainment business that we grew and sold after that. My parents live in Washington, and I was really inspired by the Indian tribes that live next to them, the Tulalip tribe, as they have a casino. They lease land to Walmart. They lease land to Cabela's. They also have a outlet mall. So I saw that and I was like, us Hawaiians, we can do the same thing. So when this came up, I wanted to be a part of it. Second, I am advocating for undivided interest status for prospective Honokawai and Leali'i 1B lessees. Undivided interest lessee designation could impact a projected 1,328 total Maui Native Hawaiian waitlist beneficiaries. The latter anticipate 1,078 residential and 250 substance ag homestead awards at Honokawai and Leali'i 1B subdivisions. So many of our West Maui kupuna have died on the waitlist. The significance of being an undivided interest lessee is that one's 25% successor beneficiary could succeed to a lease even when a beneficiary dies before getting onto the land. Thus, I am advocating in the interest of 7 generations of Native Hawaiians who are the children and grandchildren of West Maui waitlisters. I understand that Maui Commissioner Randy Awo supports this drive for West Maui undivided interest lessees, and that East Hawaii Commissioner Michael Kalekini also indicated his support for this effort. In conclusion, as the next generation leader guiding the fledgling Honokawai Hawaiian Homestead Association, I want to be proactive in envisioning and using trust lands in the Honokawai Master Plan and in championing undivided interest status for prospective Honokawai and Leali'i 1B lessees. Mahalo nui for your consideration for my advocacy.
Thank you, Abner. Any questions? Randy?
Aloha, Abner. Mahalo nui for being here today, for cutting your teeth in addressing the commission for your first time. Thank you. You did a good job.
Oh, thank you. I was so nervous.
You did very well. I want to point out that when you identify yourself as the president of the Honokawai Homestead Association, what occurs every time this starts to get on the radar is other lessees and beneficiaries will ask, how is that possible when awards have not yet been issued, lessees have not been identified? And I think it's connected to when in our world, when we use the term association, that's really a form of self-governance. So that self-governance doesn't really occur until the lessee receives the award. They move into a neighborhood. They determine how they want to self-govern their neighborhood and their association, both in the present and well into the future. So when we look at, for example, Keokea and their EA, their 10-year management plan, that's clearly driven by the people who occupy that space. So that's my question to you. And I want to bring it up because we almost always get feedback. How is this possible? I mean, you can create an association, but what does that really mean for those lessees who will actually occupy a neighborhood and then want to self-determine how they want to stand up and govern themselves. So that's my question.
Yeah, thank you. I thought the same way too. I'm young. I want to learn, so I sit back and I learn from everybody, Auntie Kekoa, Auntie Blossom. And I said, we cannot do this. How are we going to do this? We don't even the lease yet. And they said, that's okay. Let's just start it now. I guess the word will call us the interim president. You can call me that, but we know we want to be on that land. So we want to start early, get everything rolling. I've put up a Facebook group for anybody to join. That way we can all come together and move forward with the Honokowai project. And when you learn about that, you see the vision of what they're thinking. It's like, yeah, it makes sense because it's going to take 5 to 7 years to get the land. And then you're going to start doing the planning. I like their vision of starting early. Let's just start it. Let's put in the work, start early. And when the land comes available and everybody comes together, then we can vote for a true president, a true vice president. So that's what I got from, Auntie Kekoa. She's been guiding us through the process.
Okay, so well, thank you for that, Abner. And I guess there would be value if there's a plan that's created and the actual lessees decide to adopt it or to tweak it. But just know that it could change because it's the lessees that will determine the final outcome. So just thought I'd share that with you. But thank you for your mana'o.
Thank you.
Other commissioners? Mahalo nui, Abner.
Oh, mahalo. Thank you.
You take care.
Take care. Aloha.
Next, can we let Kawi in? All right, Kawi. Can you unmute, Kawi? Thank you.
I can. Now you can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, aloha. I know that we're crunched for time, so I'll try to make this as brief as possible. I'm just taking this opportunity to again check in with the commission regarding the Paneva Hawaiian Homelands Community Association as their president. In March, we had a homesteader that came forward. His name is Jimbo Ka'ili. And he looked around the community and felt that he wanted to be involved some way. And so he came and asked if he could do an emu project. And so you look at that, I know that, did everybody get their April newsletter? I'm gonna try to spend as least amount of time because it's explained. The emu project is pretty much explained on the April edition of our Homestead Ho'oleleleo. And it's basically that Jimbo Ka'ili, the Po'okumu, wanted to take charge of constructing 2 imu, a small one that's for a solo person and one that's for the community. And so we said, yes, why not? An active community is an alive community, is our saying. So he went out and talked to other people in the community, and we came up with some names and to look at Kamoleao. First, we went to look at Kamoleao to see where this could be built. Why we went to Kamoleao was because one of the imu is part of the Project Kamoleao Community-Based Master Plan, November 2017. It's already approved by the commission to have an emu there. So part of his narrative is that he saw that the young kids are not learning about emu. Pretty much his whole life is about the emu. So he wanted to pass this knowledge on to them. And so in his efforts to do that, in our grassroots effort to do that, we got a number of an excavator operator, because we're going to have to clear like less than half an acre of the Kamoleao project. And the excavator operator said, yeah, okay, he can do it. In fact, he'll donate his time and his labor. And all we'd have to do in this crunch time of gasoline prices is pay for the gas. So we got a donor, $2,500 for 2 days of work, full days of work at $2,500. We went out, we got all the necessary, we wrote the narrative, we did all of the things necessary to just move on this project. We don't want to wait any more time than the 3 years that was already lost in our project. So inside Kamoleao. So we have 2 obstacles that DHHL can help us, the commission can help us. One of the obstacles is that, like the article says, that the operator for some reason has something like of, he had to come to the commission for something, and he doesn't trust that he can just take his machine on there, even though we're co-licensees. He cannot just take his machine on there and feel that there's not going to be a repercussion, arrest or something with the department. So my first question is, does the department need that letter of assurance, even though we're the co-licensee? Okay, that's the first question. Then
So let me answer the first question. I mean, I believe a simple solution would be write to your other co-lessee and say, our intent is to do this. Do you have any objections? If the letter comes back and there's no objections, then the 2 co-lessees are clearly okay with the activity.
Okay. So we'll put that on hold a little bit, okay? Because that's the problem with this request right now. Because I felt that the reason why we would be talking to the co-lessee is because the thing that we're missing is what I experienced 25 years ago when I used to work for, 25 years ago, I did a 3-on-3 basketball tournament, shut down the main road of Maka'ala with, the Department of Hawaiian Homes only required a waiver for an insurance waiver for the state, DHHL, Prince Kuhio, and Waikea Center. That's all they required. So I'm asking, why is it that we need he got this question when he went to East Hawaii office and asked for the assurance because some sort of previous pilikia he had with DHHL. So
Okay,
he's
so
sure that, so it's not even about the insurance. It's about assurance, letter of assurance.
You guys, there are 2 co-lessees to this lease. I believe you already provide, or you're required to provide insurance to the department.
Correct.
Right? So that submittal of that insurance should be sufficient for a temporary project, a 2-day project.
Okay.
Right? So, but I don't believe that the department can offer you a guarantee that the other co-lessee is not going to take adverse action, right? Because you're a co-lessee, we don't like to get in between co-lessees. So that's why I said a simple solution is just write the other co-lessee, here's what project we want to do. Do you have any objections? If it comes back with no objections, then we can address the insurance requirement. You should already have a current insurance. Well, the 2 co-lessees should already have a current insurance policy on file with us.
Correct. And who that party is the co-lessee, the other co-lessee. They are our financial arm, of which they received the MOA money, which means it provided for these insurance all these years, since 2013, I guess, and that they now hold that kuleana. Yeah.
Okay, I will ask Kahana to ask them for a copy of their insurance policy. It should name you as a co-insured because you're a co-lessee.
Correct.
And that should be sufficient.
Yes. Thank you so much. Okay.
Okay.
Aloha, this is Kahana. Aloha, Kawi. Hey, just to remind you guys, the license does state that both co-licensees should have insurance, liability insurance in place on file.
Okay, what I was under the impression is that being the financial arm, supposedly of PHHLCA, that has been taken care of by the other co-lessee because they had the 30,000 MOA money. PHHLCA doesn't have that money.
Yeah, so Kahana,
Please.
Kahana, is the lease written that way that each co-lessee is supposed to provide the department with an individual insurance policy?
The license
Naming-
does provide that.
Naming
cor-
naming DHHL as an additional insured.
Correct.
Okay, so let me ask the final question then, because my question actually is a request from the commission. I would like to ask that the commission chair, Commission East Hawaii Commissioner, Kahana, any commissioner that wants to be invited to this meeting, that we need to talk about the legal DHHL MOA 213 and 215 amended, who have gotten us, this PHHLCA community, in this position of having two licensees. That one, PHHLCA is a membership organization that is being given the money that's being given to the other party, the nonprofit party, or supposed to be our arm. They're being given to a non-membership organization, which the money is now controlled by the board of that organization. So I would really think that we need to consult somebody or something, but that is our problem right now. You have in the MOA DHHL given the authority control over the $30,000. First, you took $100,000 in 2012 of 70,000 and gave it to 6 other community associations, but which we no longer, in 1995, had full control over the 100,000. And then in 2015, you folks took the 30,000 and gave it to a non-membership 501c3. And now our kupunas, who worked really hard in 1995, has zero control over 100,000. I need so we can have a meeting.
Kawi, just let me
Please.
let me set the record straight. The department actually didn't want to be in the middle of any of this. And it was the association at the time that requested this action. Okay?
Okay, so let me tell you something even further. Chairman, I need to explain this. I didn't want to take this time to do it. That's why I'm calling for another meeting. The reason why we're in this predicament is because the same body of officers at PHHLCA wanted control over the money. So they created a non-membership organization to accept it. Kahana, on many occasions, she told me, look at the DCCA purposes. There is not one inkling that PHHLCA has any control over that organization or has a working relationship whatsoever. Their purpose is to work with Native Hawaiians across the state of Hawaii. Pull it up. You can pull up the Google map or whatever you can do. DCCA report for that lady with the 100 goats. Pull it up. Pull their PCA stuff up and look at it for what it is. It states they are for Native Hawaiians across the state of Hawaii, including Panaewa region. So you giving them the 30,000, where does that say that they are in fact working with us or that? And on many occasions, I sat on the board from 2016 to 2018 with that guy as the leader. And on many occasions, I have emails that he completely states right up in my face that he does not, PCA does not answer to PHHLCA. I asked him for bylaws. I asked him for all kinds of stuff, which is public information and he made it very difficult. I'm sorry to be doing this. That's why I'm asking for a meeting, because I don't want to take the time to, I have all these things and everything. And I think that we can actually work this out if we can have this meeting.
Who are you requesting this meeting with? The department?
With you, with Kahana, the Isawai commissioners, or whoever commissioners want to be a part. We can Zoom it, so I can share, because this is the position we're in right now. We're now going to be held again by that person. I have.
Let me do this, Kawi. I will ask Kahana for a copy of the agreement. I will ask a deputy attorney to look at it, to make a legal determination of what is required of the commission, not to make a determination of the two parties who entered into this agreement, because she doesn't advise the two parties. She advises us, and then we can have the meeting.
Well, can I ask for one more thing? Kahana, I need the pala that says how they became our financial arm. I am the new president of the association, and I asked for all these, in January 2nd, I asked you for an audit of the 30,000, which was 7 years worth. You said it was $210,000. And this whole issue went under the bridge because we were talking about a claim, a frivolous claim. Okay. Within this whole process of 3 years, I was told by the AG, plain and simple, Karilani, you know that we can give the 30,000 directly to PCA right now. And then I was thinking, why?
Yeah, so I don't recall that. But,
No,
but let me
part of the discussion.
let me
It was on a phone call. And so that's what I'm saying. I want to have this meeting so that we can just take this whole, we do not want to wait another moment. Our community wants to do something. And I feel bad because I feel like this is so manini to what I heard today and yesterday. And it's really an easy fix. Please get us the insurance from them. And if they don't give it to you, then you need to ask yourself why. Why wouldn't our financial arm give you the insurance?
let me ask for a review of the document, and then ask for the AG to advise the department on what our responsibilities are to that document, so that when we speak to you, we can say clearly, there is something that we can do, or there's nothing we can do. Okay.
And so if I get that pala from you, Kahana, stating the relationship, and as I understand that, there was a blank resolution that was inside the file. Why it was blank, I don't know. But somewhere along the line, I read that that resolution was a thing that PHHLCA signed, same group of people, and the same group of people when signed for PCA be their nonprofit arm. But in this folder, there is no general membership action that stated that they could do so. So what are we talking? This group is trying to gain control over both organizations.
Okay,
So,
okay, Kawi.
Is my 10 minutes up?
Yes. 15 minutes was up, but
Can I please have that paper? Because if that is so, that the PHHLCA had to sign one resolution to bring them into that position, then we can take them out.
you're talking about a procedural thing here, and I want to review the file with our Attorney General to talk about the procedural properness. Okay, so let us review it first, then we'll have a meeting. Commissioners, do you want to add anything? Mike?
I do. Thank you, Kawilani, for taking the time to participate on the J agenda. I want to share with the chair and the commission that this has been a long, drawn out situation. And you can tell there's frustration, and just trying to get resolution. So I'm pleased that Chair has acknowledged to have a meeting after we do some review. And I'd be happy to participate and look forward to getting this resolved. I mean, the first commission meeting I attended was this, and now we're still here several years later. So I look forward to getting a resolution on this.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mike, and we will try.
I'll keep asking.
So, I mean,
Other
before we
question?
end, I don't need a letter of assurance for the,
No, I'm not saying that, because I'm saying I gotta look at the document first. Because if I say that, somebody gets hurt and the document said otherwise, they're gonna put the department in that position of liability.
no, I think that what it is that you require, according to the thing, you're required the insurance, not a letter of assurance. The letter of assurance came because the operator has had some sort of dispute with and so he's really the kind about making sure that he gets a letter that he can, in fact, take his stuff. It's not anything else like that.
I'm gonna ask to review the document, because as I stated, I'm not gonna put the department in a position of liability until I know what the document says.
Yeah,
All right?
thank you so much.
All
Thank
right.
you, commissioners.
Mahalo.
Get to pay issue soon.
Thank you, Chloe.
Bye.
Aloha.
Hello.
Aloha.
Aloha. Okay. Okay, so my understanding is that the last two folks on the J agenda are co-presenting. Kavika first. Okay, Imua Kavika.
Hey, aloha mai kako. I'll just be really brief in my comments. Thank you so much. So Kavika McKay, Group 70, speaking today as a consultant on behalf of Keikoa with me, here. Kukulukumuhana o Anahola with me today is also Miss Rachel Nam, Executive Director. This is just a courtesy update. When we came to you folks in November, one of the outcomes of that was to provide periodic updates to the project, which is the Ulupono Anahola project. My portion really is just to say where we are in the environmental assessment preparation. And I'm happy to report that we are making progress and we are on our current schedule. And what I want to share with you folks today simply is that we're hoping to actually have a rough draft ready for staff review, hopefully in the next month or two, and to bring this to commission as early as perhaps the June meeting, if necessary, July at the latest, and with a favorable outcome through the environmental review process to seek a FEA FONSI. I think the optimal would be in August, which you folks would be on Kauai, and that would be perfect timing for that to happen. If not, then probably September. Right now, we have no major issues in terms of resources and the evaluation of environmental effects. We're still working on some technical details relative to infrastructure, which we hope to have completed probably in the next 3 weeks. So again, just a courtesy report to share that all is well to move this project forward. And that's my report for now, and happy to also answer any questions or allow or afford Ray the opportunity to continue the conversation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kavika. Aloha, Rachel. You're muted, sorry, muted. You're on mute.
Mahalo for giving us the opportunity to bring you an update. I think there's actually, we're so thankful for Group 70 in helping us to get to the point where we're at right now. And from our November meeting, we just want to be able to say that we're moving forward. The report that we sent to you was a report that we turned into Office of Hawaiian Affairs as well, to give you an idea that, at this point, we've been able to bring on board 2 people, our farm manager who is helping us for the interim. He has 17 years worked with Waipa Foundation. He's an Anahola resident. He has been clearing the property. We've picked up the irrigation supplies. We recently received the letter approving the water credits. So that is now in the Department of Water hands. Our civil engineers have completed the topographic mapping so we can get a really good idea of our water assessment. And that is also in the hands of Group 70. We are currently just waiting on the final draft for our license. And I believe we should be getting that in a few days. That will give us a lot of opportunity in moving forward in getting approvals of different areas as well. So I think that kind of sums up where we are at. We're pretty happy with different documentations and information that all of the different departments have needed is now currently in their hands. So we are just waiting for specific approvals from Department of Water so we can get our meters in. Our Resilient Leaders food program is going really well. The kids, we have about 24 kids that have been meeting with us regularly. They've done work on the property, on both properties that we have, our Makai site and our Mauka site. They were happy to be involved with our commissioners meeting in November, that they kind of got to witness what needs to be done to provide for their community. Brought about a lot of good discussions. And I think we're in a really, really good place right now. So if there's any questions from the commissioners, both Kavika and I are available to answer.
Okay, mahalo Ray. Commissioners, questions?
Rachel,
Dennis?
thank you. Rachel, thank you for your testimony today. And I look forward to continued success with the program. I know there's a lot of things that have to happen with the waiting for a county water plan and so on. I see your irrigation supplies are out there, and you've got a farm manager and assistant. So I know that it takes some legs to get things done. And we appreciate the fact that you're getting the kids involved, the community. We continue to encourage you to do that. And we look forward to another update as soon as we can get that, when you start getting some of these things approved. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Other commissioners? If not, thank you very, very much, Ray and Kavika.
Sorry, I just wanted to report, I know Commissioner Kaupu had questions about suicide prevention. And I just do want to make a report that we have been having regular suicide prevention meetings. We are now mapping out in the Anahola area who has received the training for that. We're pretty excited to see, like, every time we get to put a star on one of the Anahola streets, it's really helping the community to be aware and be available if things come up. And I also understand when Bronson and his team had shared about suicides that took place. I really want to be able to say that during COVID, and actually since that time, there has not been any suicides in Anahola. And I think it has a lot to do with the way that all the different organizations have responded to the community in every way possible. So just like what Glenn Tevis had shared, the importance of not just community, but your family, we are seeing a shift taking place. And so I hope that encourages Commissioner Kaupu to see that changes are happening in regards to suicides, specifically in Anahola.
Thank you, Ray. I would just add one comment to something that Commissioner Neves has been saying for the last couple of meetings, and that is that there's a great amount of healing that's being experienced in Anahola for the last couple of years. So we need to continue that, and I appreciate all of your efforts towards that end. So
Mahalo.
mahalo nui. You guys be safe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ulupono.
Thank you, Rachel.
Commissioners, this takes us to the end of the open portion. I'm going to ask that we defer D1, G3, and G4 to the next commission meeting, and that we take a motion to go into executive session at this time.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. Commissioners online, give us 5 minutes to get set up in the other room, and we'll be back.